Great.
¿Ya, Damián? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's my huge privilege on behalf of the organizers of this event, University of Vic, Central University of Catalonia, and the European Network of Higher Education in Occupational Therapy, to welcome you to this event. For us, it's a day of celebration because with our partner institutions, with the University of Applied Health and Social Science of Berlin, with Karolinska Institute, with the National University of Athens, and with HIC Productions, today we are here to share with you the results of this amazing project that has been Interact, working for refugees from an interdisciplinary perspective. So now it's my privilege to give the word to Josep Bau, that's our director of international relationships at the University of Vic, Central University of Catalonia, who is a person that is really has a lot of sensitivity to these themes that we are going to discuss today. And as can tell you, one of his main topics is about human security. And then after, I will give the word to our president of Enothe, Sumitro Puerdo di Poero. But first of all, please, Josep Bau, it's your turn.
Thank you, Salvador. Good afternoon, and thank you for your participation and attendance. Distinguished organizers and co-organizers of this interdisciplinary cooperation activity in psychological interventions for refugees, Mr. Sumitro Puerdo di Poero, President of the European Network of Occupational Therapy in Higher Education, Ms. Marlene Neubeau, representative of the Secretariat of Equality, Migration and Citizenship of the Government of Catalonia, specialists who will take part in this event, ladies and gentlemen. If this was a face-to-face meeting, it would be my pleasure as Vice Rector for International Relations at the University of Vic, Central University of Catalonia, to give you a formal welcome to our university in the name and on behalf of the Rector. Being as we are in the distance, this may seem a little bit extravagant, but despite each of us being at home or at work, we are also virtually gathered under this far-reaching umbrella of the University of Uvic-Ucc. Seen in this way, then, let me give you all a formal welcome to the virtual Uvic-Ucc, which welcomes you in this mental and emotional space that we are now sharing. I hope and wish that you are all comfortable and well received. As you all know, this meeting of interdisciplinary cooperation in psychological interventions for refugees is organized by the University of Vic, UCC, in conjunction with the European Network of Occupational Therapy in Higher Education. The event also has the collaboration of the Secretariat of Equality, Migration and Citizenship of the Generalitat de Catalunya and the Vall d'Hebron Hospital. Today's event will present the most important results of the project developed from 2018 to 2020 in order to create educational material for students and professionals interested in the field of psychological support in Europe, a manual for psychosocial workers, policy recommendation document, and an online exhibition. The issue of migration and refugees is a very poignant issue for our society and our sense of what it means to be human from all points of view. This is a very complex and relevant issue that we need to approach from all fronts, with all the tools that we have at our disposal and with well-trained professionals. The social role of the university in facing this type of challenge is also key in turning the public opinion to demand and articulate specific actions. In fact, I would like to remind and bring to light also that one of the essential purposes established already in the rules of organization and functionality of our university, the University of Uvic-Ucc, is to, and I quote, promote the respect for human rights, the preservation of the environment, education for peace, and international cooperation. With these respects, our university is currently working actively for the promotion of European values and human security perspectives, along with several European universities. Projects in this direction are already in gestation and hopefully will soon come to reality to continue and amplify the work that you will present here today. Internally, we are also committed to incorporate these values and perspectives in the comprehensive education of our students, not only in degrees close to social disciplines like our occupational therapy or social education degrees, but to any student of any discipline. Social problems and social reality are definitely a shared responsibility of all members of our society, and the university contributing to forge the next generation of professionals, businessmen, educators, and citizens has a very significant role to play. With these goals in mind, we want this project, and hopefully many others to come, to be our grain of sand contribution to improve our societal ability to react to such human crisis. Today, we will know what has been done so far and what resources we can provide to alleviate the suffering of so many people. Therefore, in the name of our university, let me thank again all of you for the hard work you are doing, and thank you for being here today to explain the results.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rector Josep Bau. Now it's my privilege to welcome Sumitro Puerbo Di Poero as the president of the European Network of Occupational Therapy in Higher Education, that they are co-organizing with us this event for you. So please, Sumitro.
Thank you very much, Salvador, for introducing, and many thanks to the Vice Director of International Relations of UVic, Joseph, for your introduction, and welcome all to this great event. On behalf of the Enothe board, we are very honored that we can be part of promoting this event with you, and my special thanks also from the board goes to Margarita Mandaca and Salvador, Simó, of course, and Ursula Costa, who are part of a project group within Enothe who are working towards these events. Enothe is a network in higher education, a network of occupational therapy institutes, and we are an NGO association trying to contribute to the development of occupational therapy Europe in higher education. And as a network of universities, we also try to have a good and strong voice of students being present, because it is our shared responsibility also to educate and train the leaders of our future. So contributing to this event is also contributing to a broader debate on education and its relation to health and social policy. And of course, the society we address with, also addressed by Joseph already, a human crisis to which we need to respond in a good and in an ethical way. Our aims of our network is try to be inclusive and diverse, and as I'm being president, of course, of a board, but we represent many countries in our network. And last but not least, we have realized that interdisciplinary work and interprofessional work is also a way, and maybe the way, to be responsive to challenges in our education and in the society we serve, of course. So by this event, we hope to also create this arena to share your knowledge. And we know that there's been put hard work and effort in this project, being part of a larger Interact project, and started off as a as trying to create a psychosocial node to also create a learning space and to learn from each other, also about these psychosocial interventions. And by having this great program, I think you're doing a great job on preparing and also empowering our future students and leaders to address these needs refugees and asylum seekers also express. So for this moment, I will just keep it short. I think we are going into and looking forward to this great event. And I wish all the participants and also the people who all contribute to the sessions a very fruitful meeting. And of course, we are very curious and look forward to all the products and end results which will be presented today and also disseminated after. So I wish you a very good meeting, and we will see each other soon. Thank you.
So thank you so much. I really enjoy, especially, for example, your words. Vice Rector Bau, is true. Human refugees, we talk about human suffering. And as Leonardo both says, suffering make us to think and then to act. And I think it's great that from the academia, we are taking our responsibility to act in front of this common problem, that's the refugee situation. And let me say, Sumitro, I am so proud to be part of Enothe for this great sensitivity towards human most important challenges. So now let us welcome to our participants. Let me say that we are extremely happy because we have close to 120 people who have subscribed for this event. And we are from more than 20 countries, and we are representing Europe, Asia, Africa, and America. So we're just missing people from Oceania. But we are so happy that you are here. You are the protagonist of this event, of course. And we would love to ask you, if you don't mind, just to use the chat of this Zoom, this webinar. If you can please use the Zoom just to write your name and the name of your institutions, because we need to give back some credentials to the European Union. You know that this project has been funded by Erasmus+, so it's thanks to them, and we must report this webinar. So please, if you don't mind, and you are so gentle with us, just to write your name and your institution. And this is a proof that we really care. I think it's extremely important in these times when extreme right movements are growing and there are so many nationalists. I think this event is a proof that we care. We care because we are humans, and we understand that it's not about one nation, it's about one big nation called humanity, because we are confronting global challenges as war, climate change, that is very connected to refugees, for example, or the situation of the refugees. So now it's my privilege to start with the keynote. You have seen our program. Now we'll jump into the keynote plus the debate, and then we'll have our expert panel. And after this, we'll do a short break, and then we present the results of the Enothe project, and then we share with you the results of this Interact project with you. So now it's my privilege to welcome to our Vice Rector of Research, PhD Jordi Collet, who will introduce our keynote speakers. And let me say again that it's not just a person who is in charge of our research. Let me say that Jordi Collet research is very focused on sociology, and especially in social inclusion, and especially on education. So he's one of the perfect persons to conduct this debate about refugees. So please, Vice Rector Jordi Collet, it's about you.
Great. Well, thanks for the introduction, Salvador, and thanks for inviting me. Good afternoon, everyone. And be welcome to this international meeting of Interact project. This project about interdisciplinary cooperation and psychosocial intervention with refugees communities. Now it's time for the keynote, and it will be around the present future of migration in Europe. And the scholar who's going to talk about is Marlène Nouveau. She's a member of the General Secretary of Equity, Migration and Citizenship in the Catalan Government. She has worked on broad projects and programs related to refugees and migration. And I am sure she will offer to all of us an interesting speech about the present and future of migration in Europe. After Marlene's speech, we will have 15 minutes for discussion. As Salvador said before, you can write your questions or reflections, etc. in the chat. I will read the questions to Marlène and she will answer to all of us. So thank you very much, Marlène, for your time, and it's your turn.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for your invitation to participate in the Interact Dissemination event. I am really looking forward to hearing the discussions and your ideas for today, which I'm very confident that will be of much interest to us. Before I start my intervention, I would like to quickly excuse the participation of Mireia Vall, who you will have seen in the program that was supposed to speak together with me today, but unfortunately, due to a last-minute emergency, she could not join us today. So I'm going to speak about the present and future of migration within the European Union, and I really hope that my presentation is of interest to you. Just a second, I'm going to share my screen because I prepared a presentation for today. Okay, so to start with, migration is inherent to human history. We have had migration in the past, we have migration right now, and we will continue to have migration in the future. Globalization has accelerated migration, and as we see with data from the International Organization for Migration, in 2019, 271.6 million people immigrated around the world. This figure represents a 10% more than 2015 and a 77% more than 1990. So we can see that there's quite an increase in the last 30 years, but also if we look at the last 5 years. And there's really no evidence pointing that this trend will change somewhere soon. So there are basically two main approaches that we can have towards migration. The first one is managing migration flows and securing the borders. And the second one is about deciding how we want to live together. And let me please say that both scopes are not exclusive, as we will see in the future during this presentation. Now that I have given some general context, I would like to focus specifically on the European Union. In 2018, we had 2.3 million immigrants arriving for the first time in the European Union. This number has been stable for the last years since it reached a high point in 2016 during the so-called refugee crisis, where 2.7 million arrived to the European Union. During the same year, 34.1 million people that were not of a member state of the European Union, so third country nationals, were living within the Union's borders, and also 15 million of foreign-born nationals that were now nationals of one member state. So they acquired the nationality of a member state at some point. To that figure, we must add that 18.7 million people are living in another member state of the European Union. So there's also a lot of internal mobility within the European Union from one country to another. The number of new arrivals, this 2.3 million, might represent quite a huge number if we compare it to a single state. Nonetheless, it only represents 0.52% of the people living within the European Union. So it's also quite a small number if we compare it to people already living within the European Union borders. So we will see later on how this translates into policy. So having said that, I would like to emphasize that the European society is a profoundly diverse society. Today, nearly all nationalities coexist in Europe. We speak over 300 languages. 80% of people living in Europe declare themselves as affiliated to one over 20 different religions. And we have also 14% of Europeans that are part of an ethnic minority. Not only that, 1 out of 4 households consists of at least one immigrant. So as you can see, the numbers of people living within the European Union is quite large. Nonetheless, diversity is not only related to migration. We are diverse in our sexual orientation, in our different capacities, ideologies, ideas, and so on. So diversity comes in many different ways. Nonetheless, as you can see on the right of this slide, Europe hasn't been able to manage diversity properly because, unfortunately, it's still quite related to inequality. Today, 24% of migrants state that they have been discriminated somehow, a discrimination that persists in second generations, as you can see, where 20% of people state that they have been discriminated. The biggest discrimination that migrants face is within the labor market when seeking a job, where 50% declare that they have been discriminated because of their skin colors. On top of that, we must add that there's a problem where migrants don't know where to ask for help when they face discrimination. So that results in that only 12% of people report some sort of discrimination. Moreover, when speaking about migration within the European Union, we must also speak not only about discrimination, but also about inequality. Today, 45% of TCNs living within the European Union are at risk of poverty. That represents nearly 1 out of 2, which is quite a high number. But inequality also is visible when we speak about education, where the rate of early school living is higher among migrants than among nationals, and also when speaking about housing, access to housing, or access to university studies. So now that we have a picture about what is the current status of migration in the European Union, let's have a quick view on what has been done so far. And to do that, I would like to focus on 4 different areas of the European Union. The first one is related to the executive powers. So the topic of migration is handled by DG Home Affairs of the European Commission. This Directorate General is divided into 10 different areas of intervention. As you can see here on the picture, only one is related to integration, which is legal migration and integration. Moreover, when we focus clearly in this area, we see that it's again divided into 4 specific thematic areas, which is legal migration, which is integration, which is fighting irregular migration, and the last one that is cooperation with other states to manage migration. So here again, there's one area focusing on integration and 3 focusing on the management of migration flows. The second of these areas is the legislative powers. So here we can see the European Union has different legislative instruments, the main of them being the directives, but also regulations. So within the directives, nearly all of them are focusing on migration flows and nearly none on integration. Currently, there are 8 directives about asylum, 11 about legal migration and integration, and 7 about irregular migration and return. Nonetheless, when we take a closer look at the European directives speaking about legal migration and integration, which I have included in this slide, you will see that only 2 are actually focusing on integration, and that the rest are about the conditions of entry and stay within the European Union. Also, although I haven't included the numbers here, when speaking about regulations, we face a similar issue where 12 regulations are focusing on asylum, 3 on legal migration and integration, and 1 on irregular migration and return. The third area where I would like to mention is the budget. If you have been following the conversations of the European Union, you will see that we will soon start a new multi-annual financial framework for the period of 21-27. During this period of time, as you can see clearly on the slide, there is a significant increase of the funding for security and migration. Nonetheless, there are different factors that make us be rather pessimistic when speaking about the integration of third country nationals, which is, first of all, that the AMIF won't any longer be called the Asylum, Migration and Integration Fund and will only be called Asylum and Migration Fund. So the word integration disappears, which might seem like a smaller change, but it's clearly a state of intentions for the next multi-annual financial framework. Moreover, the areas where this new budget is going to focus is 30% on asylum, 40% on return, and 30% on legal migration and integration. So here again, we see that there's a clear internationality on focusing on migration flows rather than inclusion measures. To be fair, we must say that this fund will be complemented by other funds, such as the European Social Fund Plus, the ESF Plus, that will focus on long-term inclusion policies, but that will be related to the European semester. So the operational program of each year will be according to the current priorities or current challenges of the European Union, which might lead to a point where inclusion isn't anymore a basic challenge for the European Commission, but it's rather a secondary topic for them. On top of that, I would like to quickly mention that during the so-called refugee crisis in 2016, the European Commission launched the European Border and Coast Guard, building upon the existing Frontex. So currently there are more agents, more funding, and more equipment. So as you can see, the European Union is putting a lot of effort into securing their external borders. And don't get me wrong, I don't think that managing migration flows is not important. I think it is important, but the amount of effort that the European Union is putting into securing the borders rather than on inclusion policies seems quite unbalanced if we take into account the numbers that I presented at the beginning, where the new arrivals of TCNs represent only 6.34% of the total of TCNs living within the European Union. So we should really think about which are our priorities. So that being said, what can we do to include migrants? So traditionally, there have been three different models when managing diversity and the inclusion of third country nationals or of migrants before the European Union. So the first one is the guest workers model that was formally launched during the 50s in Germany, related to work programs. According to this model, migrants come when there's a shortage of labor force, they come to work, and once their work is completed, they return to their country of origin. Therefore, there are really no integration measures needed. The second model is assimilationism, which is traditionally related to the blindness. So it claims that there's a blindness of the system towards any kind of difference. This model puts in place the same measures for all different people within a country, claiming that all should have exactly the same services and the same rights. Nonetheless, when we translate this model and put it into practice, we can see that not everybody needs the same measures, and therefore at the end there are some inequalities. Moreover, this model claims that at the end, TCNs, when they arrive, they will at the end adapt to the culture of the hosting society so that there won't be any difference to make, basically. But this, at the end, it results again in discrimination and inequalities. And the third of these traditional models, which is multiculturalism, has a general postulate that all citizens should have the right to live according to their religion and their own culture. So it claims that integration is only to be achieved through the recognition of diversity, which theoretically seems quite positive. Nonetheless, there are two main risks when implementing this model, which is that the different groups existing within a country or within a municipality or a region, they don't have any contact with the other groups, and therefore they ignore the reality of the other people that coexist with them. And the second risk is that the majority of the population ends up putting into place laws and programs that are suitable to them, but that are not adequate for the smaller communities, resulting again in inequalities and segregation. So as you see, all of the three models have some shortcomings, which I will come back to in a while when presenting a new option. But before I do that, I would like to go quickly over the recent measures for the future that the European Union has foreseen in the field of migration. So you might have been aware that during the last trimester or since September, the European Union has been quite active in the field of migration. It has launched a new pact on migration and asylum. It has launched a new action plan on integration and inclusion, and it has also launched different consultations. So I would like to go a little bit further into each of these measures. The first one is the new pact on migration and asylum, which was launched in September, on September 23rd. And it's basically, according to the Vice President of the EU, Margrethe Schinas, based on three different areas. The first one is the external dimension. So the European Union is aware that to manage migration, they need to cooperate with the countries of origin and transit of third country nationals. The second area is a robust management of the external border, fortifying the borders and improving the control. And the third one is to have a better balance of responsibilities within the European Union and to build a solidarity scheme to help those states that have to face higher pressure with regard to migration. So although it is very necessary to manage migration, as I already stated, these policies concretely within the new pact won't contribute to change neither the scope of the perception of migrants, and it won't neither foster social cohesion within the European Union. So on November 24th, also, there was launched a new action plan on the inclusion and integration of migrants, preceded by a consultation with stakeholders. So I don't know if you had the chance to participate in this public consultation, which was quite interesting as a way of proceeding, because it incorporated some of the views that different actors had on the topic of inclusion. Here I would like to point out one of the points of our main advocacy points that the European Union included in the final version of the action plan, which is the role that regions and the local level play in the inclusion process. So inclusion happens really in each municipality, in each different organizations, in each region, among our neighbors. So it really happens when we speak to our neighbors, when we get to know our neighbors, and when everybody is granted equal opportunities to create and to live their project of life within their environment. So inclusion is an essential part, and the plan foresees that, of the asylum and migration policies of the European Union. Therefore, it also includes the vision that we need a multi-governance, as already also the previous speaker said, to have a holistic approach to the inclusion of immigrants. Therefore, the plan wants to facilitate the access of regions and also of the local level to participate in national programs, and also to get a better funding to be able to put in place the right measures. The plan sets basically a strategic guidance to foster inclusion in 4 different areas. The first one being employment and skills recognition, the second one being education, both through the recognition of qualifications as a result of education in the country of origin, but also putting a lot of effort into the learning of the language. The third one would be health and access to health, a point that I think is very important, as we have seen now during the COVID-19 pandemic. And the last one is access to both adequate and affordable housing, a problem that we see that is getting more and more important in different European cities. Moreover, this plan concretely aims to improve the effectiveness of the measures, both strengthening the coordination so that we don't duplicate the actions that we put into place, and that we can, at the end, reach more beneficiaries. Also, it wants to increase the opportunities for funding from the European Union. It wants to foster the participation and encounter with the host society. As we will see in a while, the interaction is an essential part of inclusion, and also the participation of migrants. To that extent, you might know that the European Union also created a participatory body for TCNs to have a say within the migration policy and integration policy of the European Union. And the last one is to increase the capacities, both through training of local and regional governments. So the main kind of negative point, to say it somehow, of this action plan, which theoretically is very positive, it is that it's a non-legislative document. That is because mainly the competencies of inclusion and integration are not at the European level, but are at the national, regional, or local levels of each of the member states. So this action doesn't set any obligations to the member states, but it's rather a document with hopes that the European Commission has for actions in the near future. Together with these two main documents that will shape the migration policy in the near future, there's also the Anti-Racism Action Plan for 2020 and 2025 that was launched also in September. This plan wants to fight, as it is obvious, racism and discrimination within the European Union, and it states the obvious, that today discrimination persists. And it does so although a specific provision within the treaties and of the European Union and also the Charter of Fundamental Rights. Currently, there are, from people that say that they have been discriminated somehow, 29% say that they have been when accessing the labor market because of their ethnic origin, 23% when accessing housing, 12% within the education system, and 22% when accessing basic goods and services. So the European Union has taken this matter very, very serious, and it should also take it very serious, because we cannot allow that discriminations happen in any democratic society. So this action plan will basically focus on measures to prevent this, but it wants also to put in place the necessarily legislative measures, both at the European level, but also at the national level, to continue to fight discrimination. And last but not least, I would like to quickly mention the consultation on legal migration that the European Commission launched, and that I would like all of you to encourage you to participate in this consultation, which is open until December 30th. So you still have time to make your contributions. Through this consultation, the European Union makes it very clear that they think it's very important to assure the international cooperation when managing the migration flows. It aims to identify the areas where there's room for improvement to create legal ways to migrate into Europe, so that we don't have the pictures that we had some time ago in Greece, that we have currently on the Canary Islands in Spain. So we have to put into place opportunities for people to migrate safely, to migrate legally within the European Union, so that they don't have to face irregularity once they arrive, with all the social consequences that come with this, such as discrimination, such as deprivation of access to basic services, and other kinds of disadvantages that migrants can face for the sole fact of being in an irregular situation. So that being said, I would like to go back now on what I said before about the different models and their shortcomings. And here is our proposal to how the future of the inclusion policy within the European Union should look. So as I said, the traditional models, they had some shortcomings, and therefore here we have interculturalism. That is a new approach. When I say like new, it's not like recently in the last years, but like from a historical perspective, when taking into account the different models, the intercultural model is really a very new one still. So the intercultural model basically focuses on these four axes that I have included here. The first one is the equality of rights and duties, and also opportunities for all members of society, regardless of their country of origin, regardless of their gender, regardless of many different aspects. The second one is the recognition and acknowledgement of diversity. We are diverse, we are a diverse society, but we are still not aware that this diversity exists, and we haven't been able so far to put it into a positive way. The third one is the interaction of members of society, and the last one would be the cohesion and sense of belonging. And now I would like to go a little bit further into each of these different axes, and I think I will finish soon because I realize that I'm a little bit over time. So speaking about social mobility related to the equality of opportunities, it is important that we reduce legal barriers and fund programs to reduce inequalities. We have to grant fair access to the public services for everybody, regardless of their country of origin. We have to urge member states to undergo the changes in their regularity framework so that we can adopt an intercultural model for citizens. So there are some basic rights that migrants cannot exercise unless they become nationals, such as the right to vote. So we have people that have been living here together with us for, let's say, 20 years, but that have not become nationals, that are not able to participate politically in our society. But we also must reduce the gap in education, so both of school dropout or also accessing university. For instance, here in Catalonia, we still need to put work into that, because on average, like 50% of nationals make it to university. This does not mean that they end a degree, but at least they start university studies. But among third country nationals, this number is only of 23%. So there's a clear gap that needs to be reduced. Also, getting into the second point about diversity, we must know that diversity enriches us as a society, but we need to go a step further. So diversity and acknowledgement of diversity cannot focus only on the celebration of tradition and festivities, but we must also make it present. So we need diversity on TV, we need diversity in the different companies, we need diversity in every aspect of life. So also within the administration, migrants need to be present everywhere. To foster diversity, we must also, on the other hand, put into place measures to counter any kind of hate speech. So hate is not welcome in our society. It shouldn't be in any democratic society, and we must work towards this achievement. And also, what is very important is that we have to take into account that to foster diversity, we must establish a shared common culture, which is not about having festivities, which is not about making some aspects of one culture more important than others, but it is about respecting human rights, respecting the diversity of other people, and also gender equality. So within this framework that should be equal for everybody, any kind of diversity is welcome. And the last one, which is, well, the last two that are connected is interaction, both to reduce the prejudices towards each other, and also to create spaces so that the different conflicts do not escalate before they become kind of systematic. So we need to speak to our neighbors, we need to get to know them, we need to try to understand them so that we can build a future together. And there's where cohesion and sense of belonging comes together. Everybody should feel welcome in our society as he or she is, but with respecting of this common shared culture that I mentioned before. And with that, I come to my last slide, that is that by combining these three axes that we already have started implementing here in Catalonia, and that we encourage other municipalities, regions, nations, and also the European level to promote, we want to face some of the main problems related to migration within the European Union, which is basically inequality, which is that there's not a sense of belonging, and which is, for instance, hate, racism, and xenophobia. And to do that, and that's also something important of the intercultural scope, we cannot do that alone as a government. We need to work in a multi-level. We need also to work with different actors, because at the end, it is very a challenge that we will only be able to address if we work all together. So that being said, I would like to finish here my intervention, and I would be very happy to answer any of your questions so far.
Very good. Thank you very much indeed, Marlene, for your presentation. Please, all participants who wants to ask something or comment something or reflect something about what Marlene has talking about, please write it on the chat, and we will share with Marlene. Meanwhile, Marlene, because I guess that this presentation has been really interesting. Thank you very much. But at the same time that you present, or the EU presents this framework for work on intercultural perspective, there is something that's happening in the south of Europe, like in the Mediterranean Sea, in Spain, in Italy, etc., where the Mediterranean Sea has become like a huge grave or a huge storm. What's the meaning of that? What's happening in the south of Europe with borders? What's the real and concrete perception of what the others or others means to the Europeans with related to what's happening in the Mediterranean Sea? What do you think about that?
Do you mean of like the perception of society, what they are
exactly
thinking?
Exactly. What others means, like refugees and migrants, when borders are increasing, when thousands of people are dying in the Mediterranean Sea, there are refugee camps outside the European Union, etc. So how can we fit both perspectives, you know, that what's happening outside or around Europe and this intercultural perspective that's really interesting and you has been presented recently?
I think there's a work to do on kind of both sides, to say somehow. So like one of the main arguments that, for instance, anti-migration advocacy uses is that migrants, when they arrive here, they use up all our social help, they collapse the public services, they kind of steal our jobs even, but that is really not the truth. So if you have data with like, if you see the data, like migrants are net contributors to the funding of the state, so they contribute more than they receive. Moreover, if you see the unemployment rate, it's much higher among migrants. So we need to put into place measures, like holistic measures, not only aiming for migrants, but aiming for everybody. When I say that we cannot leave anyone behind, I don't mean only migrants, I also mean nationals. So nationals, they need to feel that we are not leaving them behind because we are helping migrants, because that is a way that then they can argue all these things they argue about migrants coming here to steal our money and so on. But on the other hand, we also need to cooperate with the countries of origin and transit. And let me kind of explain that a little bit, because I'm not saying that we should kind of secure the border in a way that we are right now. I mean, everybody that doesn't want to migrate shouldn't have to. So we should establish ways so that people have opportunities in their country of origin, so that if they wish to migrate, they get the opportunities through establishing legal pathways. Because but if they don't want to, they should also have the opportunity to stay in their country and live a dignant life. So that, I mean, both measures need to put into place. Those that want to migrate should have, if you want, an orderly but legal and safe way, so they don't have to risk their lives, because what is happening at the Mediterranean is not something that we can accept. And from a society point of view, we are living in a society that is really living kind of always like now. And what now is news, tomorrow it won't. We saw that during the refugee crisis, where I mean, people keep on arriving, and they haven't stopped arriving since we had the refugee crisis, but it isn't on the news any longer, except for now it is again in the Canary Islands. But it's always like with small images. And right now also with the COVID pandemic, there's a lot of information going on. So we receive so much information that it is very difficult if people are not really interested and engaged in the field of migration, that they follow up. So they will answer. I mean, here when we had the refugee crisis, there was this huge demonstration in Barcelona where 1.5 million people participated, saying that they wanted to welcome refugees, that we could welcome more refugees that were arriving here. But right now, I think that people already have other problems, and I'm sure there's a small group compared to the 1.5 million that is still engaged in trying to make the life of migrants better and trying to avoid the situation that is currently happening in the Mediterranean. But the vast majority isn't, and that's also kind of understandable, I think.
Very good. Just a question to you, Marlene, and to Salvador. Lois asked before if participants could have access to the PowerPoint. So Salvador and you can discuss about that. And the only question is, again, from Salvador Simó, and the question is is how as citizens and professionals we can counterbalance this tendency in the EU that sometimes focus more in borders than in integration. And if you agree, that will be our last question. If you can do it in 2 or 3 minutes, that will be great. Thank you, Marlene.
I will try. I think there's a lot of work that we can actually do because, as I said, inclusion measures, it happens basically at the local and regional level. And it's not just here, it's all around Europe. At the end, we are interacting with our neighbors in our municipality, and I don't know nothing about people living in another municipality, for instance. But we need to keep going. I always say that we need to keep going, and we are trying to do that. For instance, last year we launched a network together with other regions that is called the Intercultural Regions Network, where we also try to make some advocacy so that other regions, the national level, they adopt the intercultural approach, they focus on the inclusion and how we want to live together. There are many initiatives. There's the Intercultural Cities initiative focusing at the local level, and we also interact with the European Union policy makers. So, for instance, one of the ways that we can have right now, so let's say today, is by answering, for instance, the public consultation and giving our opinion.
Very good. Thank you very much. And thanks to all participants and Salvador.
So thank you so much, Mireia Bay. Especially thank you also for you, Jordi Collet. So I think it has been a very interesting presentation, especially because it opens new routes for the next future. Because as we reflect before, this is about reflection, but especially it's about possible actions and international and interdisciplinary actions. So now we are going to move, and we have the privilege to have an expert panel, and to conduct this expert panel, let me invite to the Vice President of the European Network of Occupational Therapy in Higher Education, Maria Capanazze. As you can see, occupational therapy is taking a strong emphasis on the case of refugees, although this is clearly an interdisciplinary project. So we are so thankful that this project is about psychology, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, medicine, psychiatry, etc. But I think it's worth to note that we had the privilege to have the president of Enothe. Now we have the privilege to have the vice president, but also we have the great privilege that our world president of the World Federation of Occupational Therapy, Ms. Kit Sinclair, is also following this event. And this has been an unexpected privilege and honor for us. So, and also the former president of Enothe, Hanneke van Bruggen, is following us. So thank you so much for this. So our vice president, Maria Capanadze, that you are a person, that you're a lecturer at the University of Terrassa, but your research has been really focused on job, social inclusion, but especially on street children, that you have this great sensitivity to the issues you are tackling today. So it's about you to lead our expert panel. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you so much, Salvador. And from my position of representing European Network of Occupational Therapy in Higher Education, I would like to express a high gratitude for being here, as it also fits our strong point and strong goal to put people together, to create knowledge, and to also impact on the development of the competences of the healthcare professionals and precisely of occupational therapists. First of all, I would like to underline and stress urgency to get the answers on the strong refugee crisis we are facing with, and so many challenges derived from this crisis of the people to have a chance to develop meaningful life projects, as well as to create the opportunities for them for the employment, and also for the families to get this sustainability to answer on the traumas of war, because it's really a super important point to focus on that. And as well to all these intercultural issues that were mentioned by Marlene right now. And it was really strong to hear that the policies are really shifting and changing taking this dimension. Also, I would like to stress the new European priorities in dealing with vulnerability, and maybe also this is a point to really look how the services, social care and healthcare services can be more resilient. And yes, there could be opportunity for the funding in the future. So another alternative is to look to the European Union general policies and try to introduce strongly these issues. For me, it's a high privilege today we have a really nice guest, the experts in the field in own countries. And I hope that you will really get this strong input from this panel. And I will present each expert, and then we will make several statements, and we will try to make a short discussion in between all. So it's my pleasure to give a floor to Francisco Collazos Sanchez, as an adjunct psychiatrist in the Department of Psychiatry of Vall d'Hebron University Hospital in Barcelona, where he coordinates both the transcultural psychiatry program and the psychiatric emergency departments. Since October 2017, he also is the head of the mental health area at the Hospital San Rafael. He's associate professor of the subject of psychiatry at the Faculty of Medicine of the Autonomous University of Barcelona. And he led several research projects at the national and international levels in the field of mental health and immigration and developmental projects. And for more than 2 decades, he has maintained the intensive activity and sharing his knowledge in the different kind of forums, as well as specific scientific and the general population. So the floor is yours. It's a high pleasure.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so first of all, Maria, I would like to thank you for such a kind introduction. And I also want to thank the organizers of this European workshop for giving me the opportunity to share this experience through this presentation with all the assistants. As you mentioned in the introduction, I'm a psychiatrist, and since 2001, I'm coordinating a program focused on the intercultural perspective in dealing with patients from various geographical and cultural origins. No? And that's what I would like to share with you about this experience. No? So looking at the reality we are now talking about, it is obvious that we are facing an increasing arrival of people who are seeking for asylum status. And that's quite a new experience, at least in Spain. I know this is no such a new situation in some northern countries in Europe, but Spain has no long history of arrival with this profile. Since the late 90s, we are receiving people all around the world, but most of them, they come here for economical reasons in comparison with these refugees. And the context and psychosocial variables at stake are pretty different looking at this group, no? Okay, so they're coming from countries which we have no cultural bonds. As I said, we are not very familiar with people, for example, from Syria, of Afghanistan or Iraq, no? Maybe for linguistic reasons, it is easier to deal with people from South America. And again, it poses some challenges for everyone, not only health workers, but also from a social perspective, how we can integrate these people. It is a real challenge we have, no? So, as you know, figures, they vary a lot. We can say that Spain is in an average state in terms of receiving refugees, okay? But beyond these figures, what we as mental health professionals, we must be focused on is that all these immigrants and refugees have their own reality. Most of the migrant people who are exiled and in refugee processes have gone through situations of extreme violence and physical or psychological danger. People fleeing their countries are trying to survive, seeking for freedom and running away from threats and danger, even though they risk their own lives. That's a common, maybe, background for most of these people. So now I think we must go beyond the symptoms, and in contrast with the, let's say, traditional psychiatry, we should move into a more comprehensive perspective. And what I mean is that we must try to do a psychosocial intervention, not only biological / pharmacological approach, but we must go beyond these symptoms. No? But unfortunately, we should recognize that most of us, we are not familiar enough with this approach, okay? So, as you know, the approach of the human being should go from their capacities and resources, but without ignoring her vulnerabilities and problems. And we must depathologize and de-stigmatize these people. We must keep on mind that most of these refugees have no psychiatric disorders, even though most of them, if not all, they have a tough personal biography. And we should try to gather this information in order to better understand the person, not only the patient. So again, I think this global wellness state that in this work, by broadening our eyes beyond the symptoms, no? Proposing a global welfare, as I said before. So we will find different levels of intervention. We should start from an individual level, who should include a systematic and comprehensive perspective. And so we must understand the concerns, the troubles of the person in this broader context I mentioned before. No? We should bear in mind that not everyone will express their illness, their suffering in the same way. We should avoid this ethnocentrism of thinking that the way we give sense and meaning to our context is universal. And at least we should be sensitive in terms of how they will express this suffering. That's what the anthropologists conceptualize as idioms of distress, okay? So if, for example, I'm just considering that a depressive woman will complain about their thoughts, and from this psychological perspective, maybe I will get lost, because sometimes this complaint will go through the somatic symptoms, no? Just an example. Further, we should go to the family level. We must explore whether or not there is a family support about burdens and responsibilities according to the role in the family system, which is strongly linked to the culture, okay? And finally, we should have a perspective from a community level, in which we should identify the community support and networks which are available or not. So I will share with you some main guidelines about how we should implement the psychosocial intervention. No? So it is crucial to generate a safe and trustworthy space of emotional and psychosocial support, in which people can integrate and overcome situations experienced in order to give continuity to their lives. We must also identify the impact that the extreme experiences might have caused. And once the impacts have been identified, we must explore the resources that could help people transform pain, repair damage, and restore trust in society and in world. So on, they could build a life project beyond what has been experienced. Again, I insist that even though the refugees have experienced many horrible, stressful events, not every immigrant or refugee will need a psychological or psychiatric assessment. That's a highlight I'd like you to keep in mind, okay? So, okay, we are committed to carry on some kind of psychosocial intervention. So how should we start up? So first of all, we should do a kind of assessment of mental and psychosocial health needs, in order to define and arrange all this PI strategy. Second, we must propose a mental psychosocial intervention. And finally, we should incorporate cultural competence in this intervention, okay? So about the assessment of mental or psychosocial or social health needs, we should try to draw information from the biography, the interview with these people, no? And we must write down a kind of biography in which we should highlight some traumatic, if there's some traumatic events, no? About the own and the observed, objective and subjective experiences of violence related, for example, to the conflict, if they're coming from an area in war, no? And also about some events over the transit trip, no? Sometimes they fall into some mafia networks and smugglers and so on, no? And what about the precarious living conditions in refugee camps in transit countries? Now we have been watching on TV some images and from Canary Islands, no, with all these youngsters coming from Morocco, also Mauritania, Senegal, and how they risk their lives going through the ocean, and how once in the harbor, they are settled down in humanitarian conditions, no? So, as I said, we should be focused also on the daily stressors, no? Once in the host country, they have to deal with poverty, with lack of coverage of basic and security needs. Also, sometimes they are still suffering from continuous risk of violence and exploitation, isolation, discrimination. Of course, most of them, they have a lost or at least there's no family members or a strong family network. There is an uncertainty about future and how it leads to anxiety syndromes. And we should be sensitive also about the concerns about the situation in the country of origin, because very often they arrive here and they have some feelings of guilt because their relatives, they remain in the country of origin. No? From a psychological perspective, it is very interesting also being focused on the acculturative stress. And the acculturative stress is a theoretical concept that encompasses some variables. For example, and it is the most important because they're suffering from micro aggressions in terms of racism and social discrimination. And it's not, sometimes maybe we can even have some doubts about the narrative, but it is not the point. The point is that they perceive this discrimination and it impacts strongly in their mental health, okay? And it is obvious that we would like to, as a final result, we would enjoy if most of them, they could be integrated. But this cultural adaptation, it is a huge challenge for both parts, okay? And what about the nostalgia because of their losses, no? About family members, status, safety, okay, related to the displacement. So the interventions we should implement, developing 4 stages. First, prevention. 2, crisis intervention. 3, treatment, and finally, follow-up, no? Following the guidelines from the ACNUR, UNHCR, we should keep in mind that we must, we shouldn't forget that if we reach a level of safety in terms of basic needs, most of them, they won't end up developing eventually mental disorders. No, the problem is that mental health professionals are not at the bottom of this pyramid. And my point and my statement is that we must do something in order to cooperate and coordinate in multidisciplinary teams to make sure that we are working from these basic needs until this specialized service. And in my humble opinion, it is not happening, at least here in Catalonia so far. Okay, so if we carry on some interventions aimed to improving conditions and livelihoods, this could contribute significantly to improve also the mental health of these refugees. Okay, instead of being so focused on prescribing medication for these people, we should also be sensitive with these social determinants of health. In other words, and I like very much this metaphor, or is as if I'm looking to this picture, Guernica, no, that, as you know, it was painted by Pablo Picasso in the aftermath of the civil war here in Spain. So if I want to take the meaning of this picture, I should have some notions about what the Spanish Civil War was, and what is Guernica, which is a small town in Basque country, and which has a special meaning for the Basque people, no, because of his history and so on. So it's, once I have this information about the context and the meaning of this picture, is when I can understand properly what's going on in front of me. Okay, so if I want to take this context at stake, I should remember that it would vary a lot according to the different profiles we are dealing with. No, so for example, it has nothing or a very there's no strong similarity between, for example, refugees from an area in war in Middle East and the reality and context which environment of the unaccompanied minors, or what about women who are trapped into these mafias networks and so on in human trafficking, no, for example. So we should be sensitive in order to grasp and gather all this information, no? And again, we should do all this from a cultural competent perspective. And it has to do with our own identity and our own awareness of our identity. I mean, I'm a Spanish psychiatrist, and I'm sure that there are some prejudice and some bias in interpreting and giving sense to my context. Okay, and that's the starting point. No, so the professionals should, we all know that the different expressions of psychic discomfort, understand the attributions, and understand that attributions can be made of psychiatric symptoms, the expectations that people have about mental health care or the existence of alternative models. All this information should be at stake once we want to behave in a cultural competent way. Okay, the success of any psychiatric or psychosocial intervention with refugees will depend on their adequate cultural adaptation. Unfortunately, there is a lack of cultural competence in the mental health professionals. No? So an attitude of respect that recognizes our own conditions as cultural beings, as I said before. No, therefore, the influence that it has on the way of interpreting the environment is also necessary, as well as a genuine interest in what happens to this group of refugees. We should ask for their own narratives, and we should put in contact with our own narratives, trying to reach a point of consensus, okay, of agreement, okay. So we should have some information, as I said, about the idioms of distress. We should know also that there are many different explanatory models about the disease. We can insist that medication is necessary, and it is in some situations for sure. But at the same time, we should, as I said, we should promote and encourage people to express their own explanatory model, okay? Because if not, we are falling in bad outcomes with these people, okay, in terms of compliance and following up, okay. So as I said, I think we should be coordinated, and so far we are not properly coordinating our work, okay. There should be a cross-sectional work in which many stakeholders should be at play, no? From justice, social welfare, education, and of course from health. I think we should, we need further research. Maybe we could promote the creation of cultural excellence centers as they do in some cities, intercultural cities like Toronto, Montreal in Canada, or New York in the States, or even in Europe, in UK or Netherlands or France. There are some experiences in this way, no? So we should be trained in cultural competence, and why not, we should also implement the figure of the community mental health agent, which I think it's crucial. This figure, it should be a member of the community with which he is working with, no? And so he or she should be integrated into this multidisciplinary team, and he will facilitate this bridge between the healthcare and the information services from her own community. These figures should help us to identify the true needs of this community, and according to these necessities, we should define some preventive and promotive activities in mental health, no? Finally, they should also help us to identify in the early stages the eventual or possible mental disorders, instead of just waiting to the huge crisis, no? So that's what we're trying to do in the program. I'm honored to coordinate, no? We work from this psychosocial perspective. We do so collaborating with third sector professionals. We have also been training community mental health agents. We develop this kind of functional units who are, let's say, like coordinated around our program, but we regularly meet some, we have some meetings with all these professionals, no? And believe me that the experience has been so good. So we must prove that this approach is possible, okay? So just as a conclusion, that the multidisciplinary approach to the psychosocial intervention proposed this collaboration of community psychosocial services, primary care and specialized mental health services in order to ensure the quality and the effectiveness of the programs implemented for the refugees from countries in conflict. And thank you very much for your attention. Don't forget that maybe we don't see things as they are, but we see them as we are. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Francisco. And it was amazing, really holistic, complex, with the concrete answers integrating this intercultural competence. And we will go later on the discussion because we already have so many questions in chat. But now I would like to continue and present you the next panel speaker. Nadine Blackford is one of the leaders of occupational therapy expert group on displaced person, and she currently works at Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences as a university teacher and researcher in occupational therapy and an international coordinator. Nadine is completing her PhD, and the research lies in equity, participation, and globalization at the Care and Public Health Research Institute and Maastricht University. Nadine does research on migration and integration, critical policy studies, and allied health science and rehabilitation medicine. Her current project is a critical discourse analysis of Dutch governmental and citizen-initiated integration programs for refugees. We welcome Nadine. It's a high pleasure for us to have you today here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Maria, for that lovely introduction. And thank you also for the invitation to be here today as part of this panel. I will just briefly introduce kind of my own perspectives on this topic. I don't have slides prepared, but I'm open to having a discussion on this, this topic. And for myself, when I think about psychosocial interventions and to be included as an expert on psychosocial interventions, and I have to also question a bit, do I see myself as that? And I would have to be honest that I don't think at the level of interventions I would consider myself an expert, but at what leads up to people possibly needing these kinds of interventions. Because in the research that I'm doing, we see that a lot of damage is done by our migration and integration systems that maybe are, or that we know are contributing to the need for interventions at a later stage. So my research is really critical about these systems that people have to navigate when arriving in Europe. We focus more particularly on the Netherlands in my research, but certainly we see the same trends occurring across Europe. And we see that these trends not only occur across Europe, but across history. And we see in our research that the migrants of today, and then I think one of the questions for the previous speaker was quite interesting about how are migrants being perceived as the other, that this perception of the other has occurred across history with many different groups, not only migrant groups. In times of colonization, there was also groups of the other who were subject to more focused controls by governments, more focused rules and regulations, having to prove themselves, just as migrants are today. And we also know from how this has happened across history that there's a lot of damage done when you're marked as the other. And this othering does not only damage you yourself as a person, but we see that this damage occurs across generations. So children of migrants, second generation, third generation, carry the same stigma that was put on their parents. And our research, what we're looking at is seeing how the policies and the programs in integration are actually contributing to this image of the migrant as being the other. Contributing to the migrant as being different, as being a possible threat, and how this is reproduced in discourse, in books which are used in integration programs, during examinations, during interventions, how these images of the other are continually being reshaped and reproduced, and the consequences of them if you are the one who is being subject to that title. So I think when we're talking about psychosocial interventions, we have to be very critical about European and national and local programs, which are contributing to people being seen as other and as different and as potentially threats. And then we have to question where these assumptions come from, where we've seen them in history in the past, and how we contribute to them actually in our own work and as researchers in this area. So by researching things like integration, migrants, and using these kinds of words, we actually contribute to what those words mean. So we're actually part of the discourse, which are claiming that people need to integrate. What does integration even mean? And who decides what is integrated and what is not? So we have to be also very critical and reflexive as practitioners, as researchers, as professionals about how we promote these kinds of concepts and how that shapes the kind of work we do and the kind of research we do. So I think for myself, the biggest thing is if we've gotten to the point of psychosocial interventions, aside from, of course, the traumatic experiences which could have occurred during the transit and during the migration of people, and just as the previous speaker has said, not all people need psychosocial interventions, but also considering that the systems of integration that we are a part of can also contribute to some of the stressors, some of the feelings of being excluded, not allowed to participate, of being the other, actually contribute to people needing interventions on the long run. I think I'm going to leave it at that so that we can have more time in discussion and questions. And I look forward to hearing everyone's thoughts.
Thank you so much, Nadine. It's a really nice addition to what was said in the first part, and super important issues, because I also think that we are reproducing as researchers always the same, and this is like a closed circle. And let's see if we can put new steps to go out from that. And the next panelist is Theo Pogeas, is occupational therapist practicing in Greece. He has been supporting children and adults, and he's focused in enabling refugee population to access and practice their human and occupational rights. He's clinician, tutor, and a hands-on practitioner collaborating with the Emotions Museum and Metropolitan College. And during the last years, he's a project manager of the Social Integration Service at Human Rights 360. So all floor is yours. It's a pleasure to see you. And I remember so much your amazing work during our visit. So go on.
It's a pleasure being here and an honor. So thank you very much for this invitation. I will try to be as short as possible because there are already some very important questions, and I will try to keep it short. I couldn't disagree, but I am totally in favor of what the previous panelists have said. I'm going to continue this discussion on further about not only how we use the words and what's the meaning, but also I'm going a step further about discussing how our practices and how the general narrative moves towards integration regarding responsibility. Who's responsible for the integration and how much is the person or not? So intentionally or unintentionally, we put the biggest responsibility to refugees, to the situation. But on the other hand, what we have found in our practice is that access to services and to the general infrastructure is not a reality of everyone, even to the small things or to the bigger things. even more, even by if we always try to see if we have this kind of services that are also sustainable. So we have realized that people is not that they are in a limbo, especially at the countries that are entry points. They are not only in a limbo and they are decide not to, but typically they don't have access to their human rights and to their occupation rights in their everyday life, in their everyday lives. So what we also have seen is that we after 5 years of this refugee crisis, I wonder if something that lasts so much is a crisis or a new situation. And we really need to see it as a new reality. And we need to see beyond of the things that refugees have to deal with, like the post-traumatic stress disorder, all the other things that forced displacement brings. But also what Mr. Dr. Collazos also mentioned about what are we going to do with the current reality about homelessness, poverty, social exclusion. So pictures like this, which is in Europe 2020, where is the new camp based on a Greek island, is the reality of these children and to their parents and to other people that entered Europe. So we are discussing about psychosocial interventions, but what we really need to see is about providing respect, security, and safety to all this. So what I have concluded some suggestions that besides empowering persons through individualized processes and bring and implemented what also Nadine stressed about who is the expert and who knows best about his life. So it is a thing that we are doing together. So besides of taking care of the person, we need to see as professionals what are the needs on a community and societal level and become the change agents through advocacy. And advocacy may come from specific real stories of persons that they have been discriminated and they have been excluded. So it is one of our obligations if we want to promote well-being is to resolve and overcome these kind of barriers that limit access. And we have the tools towards this. We have, we use intervention methods such as education, advocacy, coaching, collaboration, and all the other things. But we need to really practice them besides of using our specialization techniques and interventions towards any disorders or overcoming skills practices. So what we need to do as psychosocial professionals is to stick to the mission, to provide and care and to enable persons, regardless of what is the specialty of everyone, and to enable persons to enjoy a meaningful life. And as Mr. Collazos said about creating equitable opportunities. And also to see how our services operate or how public or private stakeholders operate, whether it's the service for the service or it is about working in favor of persons and about covering the needs of people. So thank you for this, and I hope that to continue this discussion.
Thank you, Theo, so much, and for reminding us that really we need to increase the opportunities for the human dignity and for this experimentation, and we should modify the services and create the projects and the opportunities for living new. There were different questions in the forum, and the first was for Francisco, and I think that it would be really nice if you can if we invite you to articulate your question and you switch into the discussion directly. So the first was Constantina Trimboli. Would you like to comment about this? You have said about the Western views, and that it's
Maria,
not always, yeah?
Maria, they cannot. So
they cannot. Okay, sorry. Okay, that I will read the question. So Constantina was saying that I think we also need to keep in mind that a lot of our approach evaluations are Western based, and this don't always translate well and can further alienate people that are already under a lot of stress. And also she said that asked when is the best way to the target psychosocial intervention, and if you have an evidence about those interventions. So she mentioned about that she completely agreed that there are daily stressors like a work from Miller in Rasmussen, and that people may be prioritizing things like shelter, safety, rather than wanting to address psychological and psychosocial well-being. So Francisco, this question is for you.
Yeah. Okay, so I agree with Constantina about the risk of falling in these ethnocentric or cultural biases. And unfortunately, the point is that most of the mental health professionals, they're not aware of this bias. I mean, we have been trained in a universal model, but actually it is a ethnocentric model, no, from a biological perspective, and that's what we learn in the School of Medicine. And once we treat and we deal with people from different cultural backgrounds, we are more aware, or at least we should be aware of our own limitations because of our own cultural identity. And as a psychiatrist trained in this Western model, I should go further, and I should keep open my mind. But this exercise, this exercise, this will of going through the narrative of the people and not only be focused on the symptoms is not always the main way to behave in the, let's say, medical model. And that's my point. So I agree with her that there is much more than a linguistic translation when we are talking about assessment scales or instruments. Adapting the model of assessment from a cultural sensitive way is much more than translating, okay? And about the evidence of how the psychosocial interventions they work. So there is tons of papers about this, and we cannot deny that the social determinants impact strongly in the mental health of people. But again, as we are not used to approach these realities from this multidisciplinary perspective, and we are not familiar with the qualitative methodologies in research, and we are not, as a psychiatrist, familiar with economic, political, cultural variables. So we remain in our zone of comfort, and we don't go far beyond, no? And that's a pity. That's my answer to this interesting and deep question, Constantina.
And Constantina also says that when this psychological intervention should commence, she said that when is the starting point, that's very starting point of doing so.
Honestly, I think that psychological intervention starts from the very beginning, because we should not misunderstand that psychological intervention is not only psychotherapy. Psychological intervention means that we are sensitive with this social environment also, and putting together and gathering this information, it's I think the more the optimal way to start up with any intervention.
Thank you so much. Now, one question for Nadine, then one to Theo, and the third one, I think it will be transversal to all. Like, so Nadine, from Frank Cronenberg, he thanks you all of you for your presentations. And regarding othering dynamic that you referred to, have you or others also focused on the impact of othering on the ones who are doing the othering?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. And it's a bit of a double answer. I think what our research has shown is that the othering, the production of the other in discourse and how they're described in policy actually co-produces the one doing the othering. So to explain, we analyzed course books using integration programs in the Netherlands, and we found that the migrant, the other in that case, was being described as being unmodern and not understanding modern ways of living. And in doing so, they were also co-producing the idea that the Dutch citizen is inherently modern and understanding and embracing these concepts of living. So in that way, you see this co-production happening, which emphasizes through discourse the hierarchy between us and the other, you could say. At the same time, there's not enough work being done on that. And that's why I say I think we need to be very reflexive in our own research, because we have been very good at researching othering and how it's being done, yet we have seemed to have taken ourselves often out of that equation and have not looked at how this othering and how we reproduce it through studying it actually impacts our own services, impacts our own scholarly work. And that we have to stay very critical about that, because for a lot of people working in migration research, you need this concept of the other to do research. So you're actually keeping it alive by making it an object of your study. And I think that aligns a lot with what we're also seeing is how we can move to a more humanistic approach of avoiding some of these titles and categories. Because we keep them alive by focusing on them. So a bit of a double answer. We see it happening, but at the same time, not enough, and not to a level that's critical enough to really question what the impacts of it are.
There is another question of Frank. What is if a modern means more or truly human?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, we could go into a really good discussion on this, I think. But we see that there are certain definitions of modernity that are being reproduced across time and across different groups. And those same reproductions are being placed on the other as lacking in those areas, and who's even creating those definitions. So very good point.
Thank you so much. And Theo, here is a big question about the psychosocial interventions in refugee camps or occupational therapy interventions. Can you give some spotlights, just, or for example, what you would suggest to for having for the students, which competences we need to have?
One thing is that when I entered the so-called the humanitarian mechanism, I wasn't hired as an OT. So I was hired as a facilitator, as a caseworker, with a title that didn't have to do with the direct interventions that we are used to implement. So that's one thing. What I would suggest is that we need to screen the circumstances. We need to understand the context, and we need to understand also the needs. And by doing that, we need first to make sure that there is sustainability of our presence and of our physical and emotional presence to what is happening. And the second thing is, and by that, we will ensure some communication channels and start building a relationship. So if someone wonders from where to start, is by starting saying simply hello and start doing all this. Then all the rest perhaps will follow if we consider ourselves as part and as members that we live at the same community as the previous panelists mentioned, and we start seeing ourselves not as the experts, that they will be the ones that they will act, they will be actively involved, and the refugees, they will be the receivers of the service, so they have some passive standing point, but we will both be active on a process that first of all needs to do with each and everyone's life goals and life plan, and secondly start understanding with what also Nadine described about the with the reflexivity, what are the barriers. So if someone wants to work, but he cannot start working because he's denied to have a social security number, or he loses his job because his papers are not renewed properly because we have COVID and there is not an official announcement on that. So there are some practical issues and some practical problems that need to be addressed. So it's not only the distress of what people have, but it's the distress of the environment creates. And you know, when, and I will close with that, because I forgot to mention earlier that when someone comes from the islands, we call him the survivor, because we need to address this survival from inhumane or irrespectful living conditions. If in 2020 we still have people in tents during the winter, what psychosocial interventions we discuss, but we need to discuss about the right to live on a secure housing. There are stories of people, stories that they wanted to get married, but they couldn't get married because of institutional exclusion. Or they wanted to start to build their lives, but they couldn't because they needed to long wait for social numbers and stuff like that, that we frequently leave aside. But we need to see what the environment, how the environment influences.
Thank you so much, Theo. And it's so pity that we are out of time to continue this great discussion. And I would like to finish with a rhetoric question, maybe from Mercedes Beltran, who said that maybe the need is shifted to a more dynamic and community-oriented perspective to include the work with the society, community, the world. And I hope that all the participants of today could really try to answer this question from all this knowledge about how we should perceive, treat the people, restore the dignities, put our put out the heads of the experts, and make the intention to connect and transform the reality. So thank you so much for all those greatest contribution and a huge knowledge that you have shared today. And thank you also, Salva, for and all the organizers, Margarita, for inviting this perfect panel. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Maria, for how you have conducted this workshop with your sensitivity. So, and especially, of course, thank you to Francisco Collazos. Let me say that Francisco Collazos and Bayo Brown has been working with us from the first quick kickoff meeting we did here in University of Vic. He was one of the experts invited, so he is working with us. And you're completely right. It's time to go beyond from this just medical perspective to a perspective that's more based on interdisciplinary, just welcoming more disciplines, and especially moving into the social determinants of health. And as you said, for example, it's extremely important to develop qualitative research and to give voice to the refugee community. That's one of the things that we have done from the Interact project, and later we'll present the results. Especially thank you so much, Nadim, because maybe not so many people know that a miracle is coming to the Netherlands, and you have done a big effort to be here with us. So it means that you have a strong compromise with the refugee topic. So thank you so much for being here. And especially also thank you to Theo. Theo is one of our persons that working from the field. And let me say how impressed I was when we visited you and in Greece 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And I was so amazed to see the wonderful job that the Greek colleagues are doing and the Greek citizens also, because really the answer of the European Union was not right. They were not supporting you really. So I was really impressed by your work. And you touched one of the most important words. This is about survivors. It's not about victims, it's about survivors. And it was meaningful just to see the comments from Frank, and one of our books was called Learning from the Spirit of Survivors. So one of the most important reflections also from this Interact project is that we need to learn so much from the refugee communities and always to depart from their amazing resources and capabilities. And it's about a dialogue. So ladies and gentlemen, this has been the first part of our Disseminating event. I think it has been wonderful just to give us some context. So we now will stop for 15 minutes. So it means that at 15 past 5 in Spain, I don't know what time is in your countries, because we are here for 4 different continents. So that in 10 minutes, we will start again with the Interact Disseminating events. Thank you so much for your comments. And please remember, if you have not done yet, just to write your name in the chat and the institution that you belong to. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, and see you in 10 minutes at 15 past 5 in Spain. Thank you so much. Damià, ara ens senten?
Sí, en principi sí.
Vale. Podries fer que sols ens sentessin els panelistes un altre cop com al començament o no?
No, perquè s'ha iniciat
Bueno, cap problema.
el meeting.
Ara continuarem amb la Margarita
Vale.
i la Úrsula. Vale? Jo les presentaré igualment. Margarita and Úrsula will start around 5:15, 5:20, right?
Yes. We're
So,
ready.
Is there anything you need?
No. Thank you.
Are you ready?
We're ready.
Thank you so much. I think it has been really wonderful first start. I am really excited, and just 2 hours has gone, and just in 2 minutes, I was just, wow, surprised really.
Yeah. All the adrenaline.
Okay,
You
so
can be
take
really
a,
proud. Yeah, I think it's a very great conference and
yes.
amazing whom you put together. Yeah, great.
We try to look for the best ones we have in the around us.
Super.
So take a breath, rest
Yes.
for 5 minutes, and then we continue in just 10 minutes. We continue, right? See you now. Okay, so we have one more comment. So we just wait 3-4 more minutes and we continue. So thank you so much, Theo. It was really nice to listen again to your work. I think Francisco has already gone with Nadine. Just some water. Bueno, preparados. And just 2-3 minutes we start. So who's gonna speak first, Margarita or Ursula? Margarita? Vale. Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege again to welcome you to the second part of our Disseminating event. And let me share a brief history. When I was a student at the university, I was studying occupational therapy, and I already wanted to work with refugees. So one day I just knocked the door of the director of our university, and I told him that I really wanted to work with refugees. And he just saw me in a very strange face. And finally he said something like, okay, go and close the door when you go out, because he could not connect how we could work with refugees. Thanks to God, the situation has changed so much. And now there is a huge effort for the universities to make sure that we train as better we can our students from this psychosocial perspective, and just making sure that they are ready to confront this environment that's really, it's a VUCA environment, you know, it's about volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And it's great to see so many initiatives around the world just to do that. And thanks to Enothe, now I will present one of these initiatives. It's called the Enothe project. And first of all, I will present both of them. First, I will present Margarita Mondaca. She is the assistant professor of the Occupational Therapy Division at Karolinska Institute. And as you will see, is one of the key persons for the Interdisciplinary project. And also it's my privilege to welcome to Ursula Costa, that's the head of Occupational Therapy and Occupational Science Department at the University of Applied Science in Tirol, in Austria. So please, Margarita and Ursula, it's about you. Thank you.
Thank you, Salvador, for inviting us. And it's our privilege to present this cousin project, I will say, because we are not presenting something but that is in the interact context, but is related with it and moving towards the same direction. So I will just share my screen here to start. Ursula, do you want to introduce yourself before we start?
No, it's fine. I thank you very much for the invitation, Salvador and team. And it's great to be part of this highly engaged community. And yeah, it's a pleasure and an honor to contribute. Thank you.
Yeah, so this small project that we are going to present here is called the Psychosocial Node. And we wanted to put this emphasis on an point of encounters and a community working towards an inclusive modern world. And I think even if the project is little, the vision is what it matters, and what we have tried to envision now more from an educational perspective, I will say. So I don't think I have to emphasize what the refugee situation in Europe is, how urgent it is, and how we also address this not as a refugee crisis, but as an humanitarian crisis that Europe is failing to face, in our opinion, especially regarding how the frontline countries are forced to respond towards the refugees coming from in search for asylum and in search for a better life. So a lot of people is in the move, and this is not going to stop until we have a peaceful world. And we all know that this will be a naive thinking to see that the industry of war will allow it. So I think we have to be prepared to embrace the challenges that this present us, and how in particular this is related to health services, which in theory everyone is entitled to and have the right to access, but in practice we know that the healthcare systems are very difficult to navigate for native people, and even more for persons coming into the country. And the conditions of individual immigrants are very different. And also because participation and inclusive community is one of the core issues regarding occupational therapy, I will say, in terms of trying to provide and enhance what we understand as inclusive communities. So the aim of our small project was to prepare and empower occupational therapy students as local and global leaders to address occupational needs of refugees and asylum seekers, and to create a democratic space, the Enothe, to sensitize about the occupational needs of asylum seekers and refugees locally in our own communities and globally, and to learn about psychosocial interventions. I give the word to you, Ursula.
Thank you, Margarita. yeah, we were working together now for a bit more than a year, and we have achieved together. Together means Margarita, Salvador, and myself, outcomes that we intended or hoped to reach, that we were envisioning to reach, and others that were like an added gift, I would say. So, for example, a basic infrastructure for dialogue was one of the attempts which we reached. A basic plan for our local action could be developed that even goes further. We will come to that one. An educational platform is something that we have started to establish, where we can also train leaders in this, we called it re-emerging field, because it's not a new field to occupational therapists to work with people who are in the process of migration or who are refugees or asylum seekers. It's a re-emerging field. We spent quite some time in sharing how we implement learning opportunities related to psychosocial interventions for marginalized groups, but especially also for refugees and asylum seekers. And this was quite a reassuring experience in terms of how we share the attitude of relevance related to this topic. And I think one outcome that we could also identify was this growing inspirational, in our case, peer-based network. You see by the, maybe we could go, Margarita, you just go back to the slide. Thank you. You see a picture that is taken from one of the student projects, in this case here in Austria, but you will also see others, where they engaged in designing some furniture designs for people who are refugees who wanted to have a place to meet each other, but also to invite guests and sit there. So they are preparing the sewing there. Thank you.
Yeah, and some of the actions that we have done during this year and this collaboration with Salvador and Ursula is have this regular meetings between us, and we have revised our program curriculum to identify where we can situate this topic, where can we give it a relevance, where can we sensitize our students about these issues. We are also sharing our networks and working with each other, trying to not isolate ourselves, but at the contrary, embrace that there are a lot of people interested in this field, but we have worked a little bit like isolated. So we have been sharing our networks. Tomorrow, for example, Theo will be teaching in our program here in Sweden. And that's just a privilege to have the opportunity. Working with students has also been one of our main activities. For example, here you see this group of students that has been sensitized about this issue, and they were from the 5th semester, and they were teaching students from the 3rd semester about the issue of migration. And we also have been working, sensitizing and involving students in the bachelor, master, and even doctoral level. Ursula?
Mm-hmm. It fostered also the exchange with our local government. The head of social affairs of the Tyrolean province, for example, she sent her best wishes for this conference. I sent her the program, and she was really inspired and really regrets not being able to be here. So I think, such joint projects can really have major implications on a regional but also national level. What is one of the assets that we can also add from our regional perspectives is that one of our master thesis projects one of my colleagues in my team, who is also an OT Euros master student, Vanessa Röck, she can participate together with one part that we have in our team in the Tyrolean Poverty Research Conference with her master thesis, among other projects that I could submit there. And of course, we had plans to invite you all to a workshop at the Kotek Enothe conference in Prague, which had to be cancelled, unfortunately, but we will try to find other possibilities.
Yeah. And here we have some examples of our partners in Austria about the practical placements of OT students in this field.
Yes, and it is so amazing because lots of the input from the previous presenters was just so close to what we experienced and what we wanted to make a lived experience. For example, this sense of belonging or this positive interaction. It's really supported, facilitated by co-occupation. And we could go on, but there's a time limit for now, and maybe there are some questions afterwards.
Yeah, and we envision some future possibilities at the same time. We are working towards an Erasmus exchange between us, the partners, in order to consolidate this collaboration. We are starting to think about a book about occupational therapy in the field of forced displacement, but also gathering the experience of refugees themselves. So not just authors that are occupational therapists, but also refugees as authors of this book. We aim to share students' projects, training workshops, and who knows what else we are going to invent to keep our collaboration together. So thank you very much for this opportunity to work in this project, to Enothe that put us together. And you are very welcome to contact any of us to more questions or inquiries.
Thank you for hosting this event and for making it possible to share it here. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Margarita and Ursula. Always is a pleasure to work with you. It's an honor for the Occupational Therapy Department at the University of Vic, Central University of Catalonia, to be part of this other project. With thanks especially to Enothe, of course. And I think it's just a great opportunity we have, because we have amazing resources that are our students from all the psychosocial perspectives, from physiotherapy, occupational therapy, psychology, nursery, medicine, whatever. So we have an amazing, human, wonderful resource there. So with our enthusiasm, we can really work together for this better and inclusive society. Now it's my great privilege to welcome Sarah Scheer. And now we are gonna share with you with Sarah Scheer, that is lecturer and researcher at the Heidelberg University of Applied Health and Social Science of Berlin. And she is our IP. So she is the person who is leading our project Interdisciplinary. So let me share with you my screen, 1 second, just to let me show my screen, and then we'll start sharing with you the results from the project. So let's go here. So we'll share the presentation with Sarah. I will start myself, but I just want Sarah, just if you want to say something as our IP, of our leader in this amazing journey that we are doing together.
Yes, Thank you, Salvador, for the nice introduction. And yeah, for me, it's a really exciting moment being here. So on the one hand, I really appreciate that you, Salvador, invited me to present with you together our results. And on the other hand, this I have to say, today is the last dissemination event of our Interact project. So we have already go through a dissemination event in 2 in Germany, 1 in Greece, and our colleagues also had theirs in Sweden. So after 2.5 years, I feel really excited and have goosebumps and everything. So thanks for your participation. It's exciting to read who is interested in today in the event and also interested in our results. So later more from my side.
So thank you, Sarah. So I'm just gonna do a short introduction to the project, and then we'll share with you the main results. So this means that Sarah will share with you the handbook for practitioners, and also she will share with you the policy recommendations. And I will be very happy to share with you the educational toolbox, and we'll end with the exhibition, the photo exhibition and photo boys and the video that we have also created from the project. So let's start and just go for it. So it's true, there was an unprecedented influx of refugees, and this flux was coming with a lot of psychosocial programs, but from the Interact network, we realized there was a need for an interdisciplinary research, training and practice at a European level. So for example, it's been great to see how research is one of the key concepts that is appearing in this disseminating event, and research, especially a research giving voice, not just to the professionals, the policymakers, the lecturers, the people working at the academia, but especially giving the voice to the refugees themselves to co-create knowledge. So this was a great adventure that started officially in 2018. Of course, the writing of the project was, we started first, and it's a nice project working with the Applied Health and Social Science from Germany University, the National and Capodistrian University of Athens with Irene, our University of Vic, Central University of Catalonia, our colleagues, Margarita Mondaca, Erika Dava, and Manuel Guerrero from Karolinska Institute, and our expert, Ama, in all the technology from ICI production from Finland. You see on the left corner, our first meeting when we did the kickoff in Catalonia, here in Vic. It was great. And we were also great that later Ramona also joined our team. So you have here our photo in Greece. And let me say, it's a huge privilege to work with one of the most respected professionals from the fields of interest of this project, but that also they become your colleagues and your friends. Let me say thank you to them, because it has been such a nice experience. I'm just little emotional about this. So let's go on. So what's this project about? It's about ideas and application, especially it's about exchange, because there's amazing amount of experience from psychosocial projects for refugees. So it was very important to know about them, to connect them, to generate knowledge from them. Especially it's about interdisciplinary cooperation. So it has been amazing, the great combination of these professions as occupational therapy, psychology, education, physiotherapy, nursery, medicine, how when we work together, really we are much stronger, of course. And it has been a lot about intercultural experience. We have done not just the multiplayer events, we have done these weeks in Greece, in Germany, in Sweden, now here in Catalonia, Spain, but also we have done these teaching events. We had the great opportunity, as you will see, to spend 1 week working all together in Germany, 1 week working all together in Greece, with an amazing lesson of hospitality from Greece and from our German colleagues. So it has been a lot about symposiums, seminars, meetings, lectures, a lot of meeting spaces to share, to learn, and to build together. And today we are presenting the products, the results. It's about educational toolbox, it's a handbook, are the policy recommendations, and also it's about a photo exhibition. So later we'll show with you our web that's done by our Greek colleagues. So when we'll go to the photo exhibition, I will show to you directly, but of course here you have the link and the materials will be all there for you, waiting for you in this web. Let me say that we have a wonderful logo. I really love it. And one of the designer, it's somebody who arrived, a refugee from Nicaragua. It's himself, and he's a great designer. So we are really happy to have worked with him. So later we'll show you our webpage. And as I mentioned before, we had the opportunity to spend 1 week working together, all the partners, institutions in Athens, and 1 week working together in Berlin. And as you see in this photo, really, there was great of energy. When we listen and we talk about refugees, sometimes it's like we are overwhelmed by sad news. And for example, the government of Catalonia, our expert, Nubo, she was telling us how European Union is more focused on borders, that in integration. There are a lot of bad news, but there are amazing amount of good news. There are amazing amount of wonderful people creating great initiative. And it was so great to be able to share with some of them these dates. So we spent 1 week in Berlin, 6 to 10, and also 21st to 25 October in Athens. And as you see, there was a lot of time for lectures, for debate, for reflection. We had the privilege to have the best experts from these countries welcoming us, that were teaching and sharing experience with us. And especially in all the events, refugees also were sharing their experience and their expertise, because refugees themselves, of course, are the main experts in relationship to what to be a refugee means and what do they need as refugees. So I think it was great to have both in Berlin and in Athens, the possibility to listen to them and to work with them, and especially to get inspired by them. So here we have one of our photos. Let me say that our program was really intense, but also it was really practical. For example, on the left side, you see that, for example, Karolinska Institute, our colleagues, Margarita Mondaca, Erika Saba, are really world experts related to the qualitative research, as we are talking, for example, about photo voice. So we had the privilege to do workshops about photo voice and how, for example, photo voice is a powerful strategy to work, to listen, to learn, and to co-create a new future with the refugee community. Or, for example, on the right, you see how we visit social projects also, because as I will mention later, social entrepreneurship and work, we have had the privilege to work with Erika Saba. Work and social entrepreneurship are some of the key aspects if we want to give the opportunity for the refugee community to be able to build a meaningful life project. Because we think at the end, it's about giving opportunities to the refugee communities, working with us, with the local communities, with the policymakers, with the experts, to give them opportunities to build a meaningful life project, are always departing from the resources and capabilities. And of course, for example, to have a job, a meaningful job is one of the key aspects. So for example, here we had the privilege to visit a social enterprise in Greece with our great students. we were just really working, because in the other photo you will say, oh, just here a lot of fun. Yes, there was a lot of enthusiasm, there was a lot of fun, but this is one example of the programs. Our programs were from 8:30 to 5 p.m. So there was one full week of activities. So with a great number of experts. So we were working from 8:30 to 5 in the afternoon. But as I mentioned to you, it was theory combined with action. There was a lot of reflection, and there was a lot of on hands working with the students, with the professionals, with the refugees. So I think it was a great combination, and it was a privilege to be at the university in Berlin, and especially at the university in Athens, of course. There was really special moments during these events. One, we, for example, had the privilege to listen to the histories of true survivors, as Manuel Guerrero, a PhD from Karolinska. He's part of our team, but himself has a strong history connected to political repression in Chile. And to be able to listen to him, it was touching, and it was really a great inspiration for everybody. And for example, to have the possibility to listen Usman Umar, who arrived in a boat from Africa, from Ghana, after being so many months walking around the desert. And now he's able to create social enterprises in Ghana. He's an author of several books, and he's a great social entrepreneur. To have the privilege to listen to him, to get inspired, it was a lot of lessons from us. So let me say that it was really deep experiences. And especially let me and Sarah put our focus of attention in our students. As I mentioned before, sometimes it's about pessimism. You listen to the news and they are not very optimistic. But when we go back to our students, it's just amazing resource to see their amazing will, how they are willing to really to contribute and to construct a more healthy and inclusive society. So it was a great lesson about enthusiasm, about knowledge. It was amazing how they were able to work together from the first day with different professionals, different backgrounds, different countries. It was really a beautiful experience as teachers. I'm sure that Margarita that's here and also Sarah are sharing this view. And of course, if you can do this and have this scenario that's the partner in Athens, then you feel really lucky and you think that maybe God exists in these moments. So thank you so much, really. Thank you so much for the students, for Greece, Germany, Sweden, and Catalonia, because they were so special. Thank you, Jaume. So we think also that for the students, it was a special opportunity. So just let me to read one of the reflections from the students. He said, now I have a lot of questions more, and I am more motivated to dedicate my time in this area. I am more confident in myself and my profession among refugees. I really like to participate in some event like this and build a future together with a lot of view. So it's about this, it's just to build together a new feature. It's about to have a holistic view on working with persons, with refugees, with different cultures and refugees. It has given me concepts to connect with occupational therapy and how I can implement it in a bigger context. So there was a lot of great and very powerful feedback. So now it's your turn, Sarah. If you want to share, please, one of our big first products, our handbook for practitioners. It's about youth, please.
Thank you, Salvador. So I think now you need to stop yours.
Yes. You can share now?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes. now you should see my screen, right? Okay. Yes, thank you, Salvador, for talking and giving us some insights about the learning teaching events and how everything went during those 2.5 years. To underline the development of our project results, I think it's really important to talk about our experience with the students, because as you all mentioned and discussed also in this afternoon, is that the question about who is an expert. And we as the Interact team members, we all know that we aren't the experts. That has something to do how we came together. We came together as a team who have had some experience, maybe working with refugees or working with students or teaching in this topic or whatever. But the joint idea is to promote psychosocial well-being in the case of refugees. So, and this was something what we, from beginning on, shared with our students. So we told them that during the event, we are on the same level like them. We are learners in this field. And so this exchange with the students, learning together, laughing together, and also sharing our critical reflections was a big value and very fruitful to develop our project results. And before sharing with you one of our results, the Handbook for Practitioner as it is, I will go with you through some slides as an introduction. So I have to apologize myself. I will need to share my screen several times because I do not only want to share with you the PowerPoint. Well, the Handbook for Practitioners is one of our project outcomes, together with the educational toolbox and the policy recommendations. All of our project results are based on the learning teaching events, but also based on several interviews with different stakeholders being or working or coming within from these fields. Basically, this is also something what I wanted to mention is that Interact is aim was from the beginning on not specifically for refugees. In the beginning, the idea was about interdisciplinary cooperation in psychosocial interventions for vulnerable groups. But because of our experiences somehow, and because of the European situation, the Erasmus Foundation recommended or suggested to focus on this, and we agreed because we really see what is the big issue, why it is a big issue to focus on this. So Interact means interacting between theory, practice, and research, interacting between different European countries, and interacting between different disciplines. So regarding the handbook, here you can see the table of contents, how this handbook is structured. The handbook is available in online format or as a PDF file, and also in print form in the languages of in English, German, Swedish, and sorry, I'm unclear about Spanish or Catalan, but also in our partners' countries' languages. So so this is the English version, and you can see we have in the table of content 3 different parts. The first is the introduction part, where I will go through with you to the document, but just to have the overview. Then part B are the key dimensions of psychosocial support, and seeing this topic, psychosocial support, you can also see we had some discussions within the team, the same discussions as you already wrote in the chat today. What about intervention, and when does it start, and who is the expert to give intervention, as Francisco Colasso also told about in his great presentation. So we reflected a lot about this and choose to talk about or to write about psychosocial support from an interdisciplinary perspective. I will talk more about how these key dimensions have been developed, but just to tell you a little bit about Part C, later on, Salvador will give you an overview about our educational toolbox as another outcome of our project, which is linked. So the educational toolbox, the handbook for practitioners, and also the policy recommendations are interacting with each other. This is important to understand. So yes, as I mentioned already, we are not the experts. We as a team are just talking and discussing and learning from practitioners and people from the field, and specifically from refugees and their stories. And based on these expertise of all those people, we were able to write or to develop this handbook for practitioners. So where did those different stakeholders were coming from? The practitioners, for example, came from fields of mental health, from education, from community-based practices, employment, higher education, and national services of health and refugee. And of course, the main point is that we talked with refugees in different phases and locations. Sorry, no, that was wrong what I'm saying. So we had this we interviewed national services of health, and yeah, sorry, now I was a bit confused about myself. Yes, so we were in contact with several refugees in different phases in their host countries. Our handbook for practitioners is also based on a common framework which we as an Interact team decided to use. So as we already said, we are an interdisciplinary team. So we are coming from occupational therapy, cultural anthropology, pedagogic, psychology, physiotherapy, and social work. So the very first year of our project was full of discussions about what is the idea of psychosocial support, what is my understanding about giving various services or discussing interventions and so on. And based on our discussions, we developed or we integrated different approaches. So in this framework of community-based psychosocial support, which is a reflection framework for us as the Interact team, and what we really suggest to use and to read before going through the handbook for practitioners, integrates key principles from community-based approaches, psychosocial approaches, and participatory approaches. So from all of your backgrounds, you will identify some key issues where you used to already. And important for us is that, of course, the reflection of this single bubbles integrates universal principles like social justice, human rights, and ethics. Yes, so the part B of the handbook, and then I'm going with you directly into the handbook, integrates 4 key dimensions. And those key dimensions were identified by analyzing different interviews with the practitioners and the refugees from the different backgrounds, contexts, and fields. So one is key dimension is about comprehensive approach, including ethical standards. Second, sustainability and long-term strategies through interdisciplinary cooperation, strengthening communities, for example, schools, local communities, organizations, and strengthening the role of the practitioner. So this is the point where I need to go with you to the product as it looks like. I hope it is big enough. So this, I'm really thankful for Max Sanier. He will go with you later through the online exhibition we have, but I'm really happy that Mark gave his permission to use his photographies for our handbook, which are very powerful and makes our project results much more valuable as it is already. So besides some informations about us as the project team and our vision and why we were thinking about writing this handbook, we have the main focus on the product, part B of this handbook. So in the beginning, you would read when you receive this handbook, and this handbook is available online on our webpage. And I think the best would be to send us also a message if you would like to receive the handbook directly to your organization. So integrated is the theoretical framework of our project, but most important is this part B. As I already said, part B is based on the interview results of the different stakeholders, and every key dimension starts with a vignette to invite the reader, the practitioner to whom it is addressed, and everyone who's interested in working and supporting or promoting the psychosocial well-being of refugees. So they are invited to read first this vignette, to be sensitized in what's coming after. And so, for example, here it's written from one of our colleagues, a vignette with under the topic "No society can afford to lose children." And to give an example, I wanted to show you the second key. It's about sustainability and long-term strategies through interdisciplinary cooperation. And here in this vignette, you can read, this is an extract from a practitioner's account of visiting a settlement in Gothenburg in the south of Sweden. When talking with a young man coming from Afghanistan who had been living in the facility for 6 months, the practitioner was interested in the young man's everyday life. He told me that there have been some days when different agencies come on the same day and do activities. Somehow, the activities are very similar, each one in a different corner of the place, without even coordinating between them. And in contrast, most of the days are plain, without any interesting or motivating activities to do. He told me sometimes people come here, they are very nice and all, but you never see them again. Then you learn not to get your hopes up. The practitioner was struck by this lack of coordination and planning. I think most of you can recognize or feel what is the idea of this vignette. And these vignettes in the handbook are created based on the interview results. Having this in mind, there are no more informations about the different categories related to the key topic of sustainability. So need for long-term support, for example. And each section integrates or includes examples and quotations from the interviews. For example, regarding job, regarding supporting path towards work, one of the interviews with the refugees was saying, you may have a job permission for 6 months, but then they kick you out after the probation period. This is a German problem. They make fun of people, not only for migrants, but especially for migrants. We want to, on this point, I want to say that all those results and all the written things, what we develop is developed by the interviews in the different contexts. So the interviews were conducted in different European countries. What needs to be mentioned, because the situation in your countries can be totally different as in ours, and that is also what came out of the interviews again. Then, for example, in this part, we have also integrated some practical tools. For example, here, I don't know if you're familiar with the PRA, the participatory rural appraisal format. We have integrated some practical tools, for example, the community work or building or doing a community map and so on. Because aim is, and our vision is to promote psychosocial health and well-being within inclusive communities. So the community-based approach from an interdisciplinary perspective is the most important vision what we in the Interact team share and wants to share and discuss with you, the reader of the handbook, and also the user of the other material. Yes, so for the readers to have an idea how to promote psychosocial well-being on the community-based level, there are some interesting ideas. And sorry for being so fast, it's just because of the I'm watching the clock. I just wanted to show you that in the end, so there are 4 different key dimensions, always starting with a vignette, integrating some quotations and so on. And in the end, you will also, as a practitioner, have the opportunity to go further within the topic. So when Salvador later is going to present the educational toolbox, then maybe you will ask yourself how to enter or how to use the material from the educational toolbox. So here in the Handbook for Practitioners, you will find already the access information, which will be open or available in the beginning of 2021. And the key topics of the Handbook for Practitioners you will find also in the educational toolbox. So the idea behind is that practitioners or volunteers or whomever is interested to read the handbook and thinks, okay, maybe it would be interesting to learn more about community-based approaches, or I do not really have an understanding about interdisciplinary cooperation or whatever, then the reader is invited to join the educational toolbox and to pick up the most relevant modules for that person. If you have any question about this handbook, I don't know, Salvador, if we are coming back later to questions, or maybe after all project results, right? What do you think?
As you prefer, if you want to go for it now, the questions maybe, or as you prefer, Sarah, it's about you.
Okay. I'm just looking in the chat if there is something emerge.
Just let's do one thing. So if anybody has any questions, please write now for the chat. So when Sarah will finish, I will share with you the questions so you can focus on the next product, that's the policy recommendation. So please, ladies and gentlemen, if anybody is interested in doing any question regarding relationship with the handbook for practitioners, please write for us. So when Sarah will stop sharing the policy recommendation product, we'll answer the questions. And if you have any questions during her presentation about policy recommendations, please write already in the chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Salvador. Okay, now you should see again my the presentation. So the policy recommendations, it's about the same as we had in the handbook. So we have conducted several interviews with different stakeholders, and we had several focus group interviews with refugees, which was really interesting for us. And so based on an iterative approach, the Interact team conducted or were able to write or to have different key recommendations. I'm sorry, but the chat is in the middle of my laptop. Why? Okay, I will make it different. Sorry. So, and the same as we mentioned in the Handbook for Practitioners, for us it is important to integrate all our results in the current situations, in the context, so that everyone who reads understands that there are differences, of course, because the situation in Spain, in Catalonia, in Greece is absolutely different as here in Germany, for example, because I'm in Berlin, and all the refugees who are coming to our country, they have been gone through other countries before. So it is a really different their way. But as you already said, also Salvador and also Theo, is that for us developing the policies, it was important first of all to see what already exists. So we read different recommendations from Europe and also from the WHO to learn more about what already exists to promote psychosocial well-being. And one of the really interesting findings was that interdisciplinary approaches were less represented. But of course, the idea about psychosocial support, we were able to read in several guidelines and recommendations. The interesting point of our recommendation is the perspective, especially from the refugees. We were able to interview around 60 refugees from Cyprus, from Catalonia, from Greece, and from Germany, and also from Sweden, which was fantastic. And based on their experiences, we were writing the current situations, and I will share with you later one example about well-being as one of the key recommendations. And with respect for human rights and social justice, I'm really glad to present now the a piece of the recommendation. And very important, as I said, is the voice of our target group, the people whom we want for, the refugees' voice. And so we had this different interviews, and I would like to share with you one piece of a focus group interview, which I did with a woman from the organization Disabled Refugees Welcome in Sweden. And this interview with the 6 women was amazing for me. And I think they say so important things in this interview, which helps to understand also how we develop our recommendations. I know that it is not easy to understand the interview because the translator's mother tongue is also not English. So we need to listen a little bit with concentration. But I think this is also something we have in our life when we are talking with different people from different countries, that we have to go through listening a bit different when people haven't English or our country's language as their mother tongue. So I'm going to start.
But you can stay with somebody for some days. So. because we were not listened for long, and we didn't get chance to say. There was no much chance to say what we are thinking, and this photo voice will gonna be a chance for us to explain, to show our problem. That's why we call it like that, because it is difficult here in Sweden to be listened. We are running here and there, going from authorities to authorities, from case officer to case officer. So, but we didn't get any solution. So now maybe this is the other way of saying out something from us.
አርስቱ ራሱ ይናገራል። ይሄ ማለት ያው ይሰማሽ የለም መደመጥ ፈልጋለሁ።
I think the title by itself explained what we want. It's because we want to be listened by those who must listen us.
And the reactions afterwards, both through email, telephone calls, and different contexts, showed that they thought this was very interesting and exciting. Well, exciting in the way that it's so important. Of course, the messages are quite hard and quite strong.
ተመሳሳይ ያደርገናልና ኮንፊደንስ ግን የሚሰማል በካልቸራችን የተነሳ እኔ የደረሰብኝ ነገሮች ስላሉ ከሌላ ሰዎች ጋር መገናኘት ልክ እነሱን እንደማገኝ አያስደስተኝም።
Lily wants to add. She said that I will gonna be a little bit back, but anyway, I want to reflect on the point like confidence and what this you ask about what kind of resources you share, for example, and yeah, we feel confident because we are almost in the same situation.
To be seen from, I think you all are living in Sweden now. So how do you want to be seen from the society? And in my case, thinking about health and social professionals.
From my side, I want people to see my strong part, what kind of strengths I have.
እኛ እንዲያዩን የምንፈልገው እንደ ኖርማል ሰው ማለት
be seen like anybody else. I don't want to be seen like abnormal, but we want to have a vision. We want to have like a plan in our life, like anybody else.
ካለ አንድ ኔል ጨምር በጣም ይከብደው አሁን እንደዚህ በውጭ ሀገር ላይ
possibilities for us to work in our capacity and which don't require the language. But when we are just asking for work, language is required for us. I want these authorities or the government, the Swedish government, to see the rules and the law, what's written on the law about a person with disabilities. And if they would read that again, they can see that what's a gap. And the law is good, but practically it's not that what they are doing. There are a lot of nice rules and laws on the paper, but when we come to the practice, it's not easy to access them. That language is must. You must know Swedish language. Language is not only theory. We have to use it. We have to exercise it to develop it.
Okay, I think I need to stop there. The full videos also are available on our online exhibition, but it came clearly out what we also identified as key recommendations in our paper, which will be layouted in the next days, so that also this paper is available in the beginning of the new year after the project's ended. And here you can see the 6 main recommendations we identified. The first is about human rights. Second, participation, inclusive communities and citizenship. Third, well-being. Fourth, education. Fifth, access to meaningful occupations. And sixth, sustainable approaches and solutions. Just to give a very, very short idea about how this paper looks like, I choose well-being as an example how this paper is structured. So based on well-being, we have 3 main recommendations identified. First is provide needs-oriented and holistic healthcare services for refugees. Ensure easy, sufficient access to the healthcare system and psychosocial services in the host country. Third is implement sustainable self-care programs and conditions to mitigate the psychological distress among practitioners, project staff, and volunteers working with refugees. Based on these main recommendations, not based, but to understand more what is the context of these recommendations about, we summarized all this information we received from the interviews to current situations. So just to have some bullet points, it's more described in the document, is that every human has individual psychosocial needs, of course, that migration has an impact on physical and mental well-being, that the situations in the host countries has an impact on refugees. They could promote refugees' well-being, or they could bring them to a high risk regarding the situation, as we also discussed this afternoon, that the complexity of health system in the European countries is very difficult, that psychosocial services are available, but they are not enough, and that for the individual for some refugees, they have the situation prioritizing basic needs versus psychosocial needs. And regarding each key recommendations, we give different sub-recommendations how to promote refugees' well-being. In this sense, for example, ensure an integral orientation for refugees by using, for example, mentor programs or tandem partners to have access to physical activities, healthy diet, and prevention of self-harming behavior, to build partnerships with higher education institutions, non-government institutions, hospitals, and so on, as it is basically the aim of the AMIF programs, what were mentioned today before. Ensure better guidance for refugees through partnering programs in the healthcare system, and to coordinate interprofessional psychosocial services. We found out that there are many services exist and many networks exist, but often the coordination between all those important partners is not good enough to reach specifically people living in sparsely populated regions. So regarding the time, I need to stop here, unfortunately, but this is how the whole paper of recommendations is. Yeah?
That's for sure. I will shorten my part. Just go on, please. This is important what you are saying.
Okay. The second current situation regarding part B is about the psychosocial well-being of the people working in the field. So here it is shortly described that the situation of refugees can also bring disappointment and disruptions for people working with them. So for professionals, they can feel emotionally exhausted, and so that the practitioners and program staff and also volunteers have risks to receive burnout or depression or other problems, healthy problems. That some practitioners we interviewed told us that there is a lack of clinical supervision and other mechanisms of self-care when working with refugees in a non-clinical setting. And also, that was very important in the Interact project is to be sensitized that secondary trauma is a risk in dealing with those with people having refugees experience. So the recommendations regarding this is to provide consistent and frequent supervision to staff and volunteers of non-governmental organizations and all the other institutions working with refugees, to ensure mental health promotion for people working with refugees, for example, through stress coping strategies. And for this, for example, we had in one of our dissemination events also experts who has experience with stress coping strategies and gives different courses for practitioners how to find safe spaces, how to communicate with the team when they have any difficulties or when they feel exhausted, and so on. So to have health promotion in everyone's mind, and specifically including health promotion activities in organization strategies. Yes.
So they are just asking when these products will be available, Sarah?
Mm-hmm. Yes, this project ends end of this year, and this moment we are on the last final editing parts of this document. So beginning of next year, this policy document will be available on our webpage, and of course we have your lists, so your names and your email address, so that we can also send you this material. But it will definitely be available on our webpage.
So meanwhile you were talking, also Maria Capanazze shared with us one great document she just received from the European Commission, just published today, the opinion of the expert panel on effective ways of investing in health on the organization of resilient health and social care following the COVID-19 pandemic. So we have another extra material to consider and to take into consideration. So thank you so much, Maria, for this contribution.
Yes, and maybe just comment, because I'm reading this, we are ending also in this document with the COVID-19 pandemic, and it was last week when the UNHCR published that this year the amount of refugees is one of the highest numbers, and that specifically because of this pandemic crisis, they are one of those who are left behind. And maybe just one last comment, because I was starting with it. The idea and the vision of Interact is to promote inclusive communities, and this means to promote healthy communities for everyone, so that nobody is left behind. So this is our the vision behind. Yeah.
So now we'll jump into this part. It's about the educational toolbox. So do you see now my webpage now again?
Yes.
Okay. So very soon you'll be able to enter in the educational toolbox. So we'll now just share a little of the content with you. So when you arrive to this educational toolbox that, as Sarah mentioned, is the complementary of the Handbook for Practitioners, you will find these global themes. The first one is global migration. And in each of the topics, you'll see you have an introduction and also different sub-themes. For example, in global migration, apart from this introduction, that of course, to enter in the field of interdisciplinary psychosocial support, it's important to have a basic understanding of migration and interdisciplinary cooperation and psychosocial support. So in this part, you will have the possibility to learn about a brief history of migration. For example, this was done by Manuel Guerrero and Sarah Shear, but also you have important reflections about cultural sensitivity and humility, thanks to Irini. And also you will have the reflections from Erika Sabat, that's one of our experts, as you know, about work. And also there is another reflection about human rights and ethics, that's done by Margarita Mondaca and Manuel Guerrero. So you'll see, you will be able to visit all these topics, and inside each of these topics, you will find, first of all, an introduction, and then you will have on the right side, you'll have the reference materials. For example, you have the PowerPoint presentation of the history of migration by Manuel, and then you have the United Nations Refugee Convention, and then you have more supportive literature, or the World Health Organization Europe report from 2018, but you also will have exercises, because we really want it to be really useful, and of course to move from theory to practice. So it's considered that each one of these themes you can devote around 1 hour to complete them. So first one you will find it's about global migrations. Then the second theme is about the psychosocial interventions. And then, of course, inside this theme, you can reflect about a critical uptake to psychosocial interventions. Also, we will have a reflection about the conceptual foundations for interdisciplinary psychosocial interventions in education and healthcare. Then a reflection about ethics in community-based interventions. And then a very important also material related to body and trauma. And you see in this module, is expected, for example, you invest around 60 to 90 minutes. And you'll see, again, that in each of these topics, you will have videos, you will have the introduction, you have PowerPoint, you have PDF with complementary materials. We really have tried to produce a material that's really easygoing and really complementary. And of course, you will have the PDF, videos, the PowerPoints, and the exercises in each of the themes. Also, we consider it was very important to get about people, great people, like, for example, Usman Umar, I was telling you before. So we have this theme also, it's about trajectories of people. Again, for example, here you will have the possibilities to listen and to have close contact to the histories, for example, of Usman Umar, that I told you. It was really great to be with him in Greece. He was really a source of great inspiration for all of us. So here you'll have his history, but also you have the history of Leila, and you have more materials. And now I will just go inside some of these materials so you can have a further idea of the contents you can find here. So, for example, if you are already working with refugees, we really hope it's going to be useful for you. And if you are planning to work with refugees, of course, for example, we really expect that this module is more concrete about working with refugees. It's going to be useful for you. So at the introduction of this module, you have the contents, of course. So the team is also integrating knowledge in your working field. So it means just the transition from this theory to this practice. And for example, here you have reflections and contents related to important contexts as social justice. We are talking about social determinants of health. We are talking that there are these social aspects of health and social inclusion are so important. So for example, in this module, we focus on the reflection. What's the meaning of justice? What's the meaning of social justice? And what's the meaning of occupational justice? But again, we try to do in a more practical way. So for example, if you go inside this module, that now I'm just opening the PowerPoint, you'll see that it's based in a case example. In this case example, we are reflecting about the concepts of justice, social justice, and occupational justice, departing from a concrete experience working with a Mayan refugee community in Guatemala. So we talk about the intervention, we talk about the different problems we face in this project that we're working together from social work and from occupational therapy. And we talk about not just the problems that identified, especially the strengths of the community, but especially we talk a lot about all the questions and all the aspects related to questions of justice, of social justice, and of course also about occupational justice. So you have an example as the materials we have produced are always very connected and doing this transition between theory and practice and incorporating the reflections and of the refugees themselves. So this is one of the topics. And one of the topics also personally let me reinforce and let me just stop a little on it. It's about secondary trauma. So all the ones who are already working with refugees, you already know is extremely important to take care of yourself. But especially for the new people arriving from different psychosocial perspectives to work with refugees, is extremely important to get to know what's about. Of course, you know about post-traumatic stress disorder, but for example, in this module, we concentrate on the concept of secondary traumatic stress. We develop a deeper understanding of the events and experienced by the refugees, because it's about suffering, it's about real suffering. We need to know what kind of experience the refugees has confronted. And also it's about the reflection of the potential damage that secondary traumatic stress you can have if you feel. And then of course we focus on, first of all, we know about it, we know the potential consequences, so it's very important to prevent it, and then we go to strategies. So for example, if you jump into the concrete materials of this module, again, you will see that we have tried to do it in a very practical way. So we give an introduction, and this is the PowerPoint, and you have also a PDF. You know about post-traumatic stress disorder. That is one of the most common diagnoses, like stress paraculturization of the refugee community. But then we focus on how to prevent this secondary traumatic stress. And for example, again, we go back to one of the cases we have developed personally. We were working with Medicine Sans Frontiers, developing a project dealing with a refugee community, working on the mental health of the community. And in this project, personally, we learned a lot about the potential harm that post-traumatic stress disorder can cause on the persons, but also the potential consequence for the professionals working with the people. So for example, here we are sharing some of the drawings that the children were doing as part of the occupational therapy intervention program that we developed. When we work in Kosovo, we train the teachers to work themselves with the children. We were working inside a project with Medicines Sans Frontières and trying to have the children to express the traumatic events. This was part of one preventative mental health project, just focused on the prevention of the trauma for the children, and especially to identify children who had already some kind of problems, just to refer them to treatment. But when you see this kind of drawings, then you move from understanding war and the kind of circumstances that refugees are dealing with from an abstract concept. We know there are a lot of wars in the world happening right now, but when you see the drawings and you see the narrative, of course, you are much more concerned and aware about the potential effects that this experience can have for the refugees themselves, but also for the professionals working with them. So after this, we shared what's secondary traumatic stress. It was the emotional duties that results when an individual hears about the first-hand trauma experience of another. And then we see in the PDF materials all the consequences that you can face due to this post-traumatic, the secondary traumatic stress. And then we move how to prevent it. Like we can use the supervision to address the secondary trauma, increase self-awareness, maintain healthy work-life balance, exercise and good nutrition, practice in a self-care accountability body system, practice self-care, stay connected, increase personal wellness and resilience, continue individual training on risk reduction and self-care, relaxation techniques, contact with nature, creative expression, assertive training, interpersonal communication skills, cognitive restructuring, time management, and plan for coping. So here you have a lot of different strategies you can use. You have also developed in the PDF material. Also, for example, here I'm sharing the strategies I find more useful myself when I was working with the refugees in Bosnia or Guatemala, like practicing a sport, communication, meditating, contact with nature, readings, and especially I want to highlight this one, the contact with the refugee community to share moments and learning from the spirit of survivors. So some time ago, some minutes ago, we focused on this concept that also Theo was talking about. We are working with survivors. So to work with them also is a source to be able to deal also with this secondary trauma. So it was very important this connection to feel part of the refugee community during the time we were working with the refugees. And also something it's very important to take care when you come back, because normally maybe we are aware that we must take care about ourselves while we are in the refugee camps or just in Kosovo or wherever you are. But when you go back home, of course, also you need to take care of yourself. So here you have some more extra advices and strategies that really will help. They are gonna be really helpful for you. And of course, the work itself is a source for resilience. Resilience now, Maria Caparanza was talking about this key concept. So it's about the resilience of the refugees, but it's also about our own resilience and to learn with the refugees and to enjoy working with them. Also, it's a source for resilience for us. And of course, in the same way, you can understand, it's hard to see the first kind of drawings. It's also great to see how these drawings are changing with intervention and the massacres convert into this kind of drawings. So to enjoy this kind of intervention is very, very important. So for example, in this module, you'll see that you have all these materials and you have a worksheet. In all the modules, you have materials for you. You have the videos, you have the PDF, you have the PowerPoints, you have the literature, suggestions, further reading, but also you have your worksheet. And here, for example, in this module, what we are proposing is that you develop your own plan to take care of yourself in the case you are working with refugees. So you must reflect about how to prevent secondary trauma on yourself, reflect about the problem, reflect about the strategies we have seen, and then to think what can be the most powerful strategies for you. And then you must write down your plan. So again, we try to be these materials really concrete and really helpful for you. And so in the working with refugees, you have these topics: introduction, it's about social justice, it's about secondary trauma, and also it's about youth resilience. And also we have this community approach. And also you have the last point is, for example, it's about working with refugees. Field work, and here again you have a stakeholder work, you have culture as therapy, and it's about, for example, social entrepreneurship. We have said, listen now, one of the refugees who was saying, I want to have a job opportunity. So you have the module from Erika Saba about reflecting about the importance of work, but here again, you have concrete materials. Why not, for example, to create a social enterprises working with the refugee communities as one possibility to create meaningful occupations, in this case, related to job for the refugee community. It's not just to say refugees need to have a meaningful job, it's how we can really create concrete jobs with them and for them. So here you have examples, what social entrepreneurship, what are social entrepreneurs, but especially you have very concrete, useful resources as the DIFA model, Pentagon model, AIDA model, or the Canvas model. All these are concrete, really concrete materials when you want to start working and creating social enterprises projects for supporting the refugees. And for example, if you remind, before Niubó, the representative from the Catalan Government, was talking about the importance of work in the new grants for the European Union. So how we can create meaningful job with them. So social entrepreneurs are people with innovative solutions to the most important social, health, and ecological issues. So I'm sure that everybody listening to this conference, you are social entrepreneurs because you are creative and you really want to make a difference about health, ecology, and sustainability. As Sarah says, it's about building inclusive communities. So you have all these concrete materials for you, all these models that will support you, but also you have case examples that we have developed for you. For example, we see several projects we are working with here in Catalonia and in Spain connected to social entrepreneurship. Projects as La Falleda, Dona Colors, or Moltacte. And we have chosen different fields, like for example, the food sector, but also the fashion sector. So this is more or less what you are gonna find here. You have these 5 topics in the project. So this is the materials you'll have. And also what we have prepared, and is the last part we are gonna share with you about the results. It's also about we have developed a project, it's a photo exhibition. And if you go to the webpage already, you will find that in our online exhibition, you have a photo voice project that has been developed by our colleagues from Karolinska University, especially focused on the refugees, stories of disabled migrants. So the narrative about the disabled migrants in Sweden. So it's just an amazing, really amazing material that you will have here about these possibilities. So for example, here you have this photo voice project. So, and you can see how they were working, and it was working on several themes. Like, we want our voices to be heard, and Sarah was saying to listen to refugee communities is very important. So how this photo voice project developed with Margarita and Eric in Karolinska, it was about housing, it was about stairs, too many stairs, one of the themes of the photo voice project. It was about misunderstanding, about discrimination, but also it was about light between the darkness. It was about social life also. So really, this is a very inspiring project. And if you want to be more inspired, I highly recommend you also to take a look to this video. We just shared a little with you. This video has been done by the students from Germany. And we just shared a little with you.
Wenn wir jeder kulturellen Gemeinschaft eine Farbe zuordnen würden, würde sich auf der Welt ein buntes Farbenbild ergeben.
Flucht und Migration sind immanent politische Themen. Daher waren Austausch und Diskussionen über praktische Bedingungen von Geflüchteten sowie eine menschenfreundliche Haltung in Politik und Gesellschaft von besonderem Wert. Die Erfahrungen evozieren eine starke Position, von der aus den gewaltvollen Abgrenzungstendenzen in der Gesellschaft kritisch entgegengetreten werden muss.
Wichtig im Hinterkopf zu behalten, dass es nicht nur den einen wichtig ist. Jede Person hat ihre eigenen Beweggründe, warum sie ihre eigene Heimat verlassen muss. Durch persönliche Erzählungen von Erfahrungen zum Thema Flucht wurde diese Thematik für mich greifbarer und realer. Durch das Projekt habe ich ein Verantwortungsgefühl für dieses noch neue Handlungsfeld entwickelt. Meine Motivation für die eigene Arbeit konnte dadurch wachsen. Die Projektwochen haben es geschafft, die Thematik einfacher zu machen. Die Einblicke in so viele verschiedene praktische Projekte dabei. Mich hat am meisten beeindruckt, dass es bei dieser einen einzigen Thematik so viele diverse Ansätze gibt, die von den unterschiedlichsten Professionen wie Psychologen, Ergotherapeuten, Lehrer, Sprachpädagogen und so weiter aufgeführt werden. Die Erfahrung in den Projekten zeigt mir, dass allgemeine psychosoziale Interventionen Menschen mit einem Fluchthintergrund nicht in diese dortigen kulturellen Gruppen werden können. Es erfordert den Respekt und die Akzeptanz jedes einzelnen Menschen mit den sozialen Hintergründen. Um ein internationales Projekt wie dieses Menschen die kulturelle Ansicht bereiten. Unser buntes Farbenbild spiegelt wider, dass mit jeder hinzugegebenen Farbe, ob sie für Berufsgruppe, Kultur oder verschiedene Ansätze steht, sich eine andere Farbe mischen und so etwas Neues entstehen kann.
So I really think that our German students have done a wonderful, really wonderful resume, an abstract of what's our project, Interact. And let me just share some of the photos. We are just closing now. Also, we have the luck that one of the best photojournalists, Marc Sagnet, that today should be here with us, but he's not here with us because he's just now in Bosnia. He has just in Bosnia just reporting again the situation of the refugees. So one of the materials also you have is it's about their photos. So you'll be able to see all these materials in our photo. I think it's important also to remember that when we are talking about refugees, really we are talking about really hard situation. Also, it's about suffering, but especially it's about hope, and especially it's about resilience, and especially it's about survivors. So we have the opportunity to give to these people who has this tragic trip to our home in Europe or wherever we are. We can do our best to give them the best interdisciplinary support when they arrive to our community. So just let me finish with this reflection. So it's about building a sustainable partnership between higher education. Here we have so many universities represented, organizations from practice, policymakers, regional, national, and European networks from different disciplines, and of course, working always with the refugee community, because this has become really a necessity to better promote the well-being and social participation of refugees, families, children, and adults to create together a better future. So let's go back to your forum. If there is any question, if there is anything you want to comment, let's go just one to the chat maybe. If anybody has any question for Sarah, myself.
I didn't read any question, but some comments and ideas how to disseminate and how to use the material. And I think it's great that Kit and Maria, you mentioned to make it available on the Enothe and WFOT webpage. That's fantastic fun for us. And also Goli from California is mentioning that he's establishing a curriculum for students in an OT program over there. So I think it would be also great to reflect together with you, Goli, in which way our material helps you to develop this curriculum. That I'm curious to hear about this. Welcome. And Margarita suggests maybe someone could take the initiative to create a forum to keep the energy, momentum, and shared competencies.
That's great. Great reflections. So now it's a time for closing. The hours has gone so fast. And first of all, before welcoming for the closing to the Dean of the Faculty of Health Science, before that, I want to give back the word to Sarah, because although you are not in the program for the closing, I think you also must be here to close this event, as you have been our IP and our leader. So Sarah, what you would say just to close the event? This is a surprise.
Wow, yes, that's spontaneous. And yes, as I mentioned, it's a really it's an emotional moment also for me, and I would like to take this very, very short moment. I have to thank first of all to all of you who attended today. Thank you so much for your interest, and I would be really happy to keep in contact with you. And I also want really thank you, the Interact team. Part of them are here. Thank you, Margarita. Thank you, Salvador. And thank for the whole team. I really loved to work with all of you. I learned so much. I learned so much today from the keynote speakers, from everyone. So thanks all of you. I wish all of you having great Christmas holidays or holidays, and a good New Year's Eve, and please take care, and please contribute in your visions, in your work. And yeah, now I need to stop talking because it's so spontaneous, then I'm losing my words. Thank you, Salvador, for this event.
Gracias de corazón, Sara. Thank you to you. So now it's my privilege to welcome to our Dean, Miriam Torres. She is the Dean of the Faculty of Health Science and Wellbeing at the University of Vic, Central University of Catalonia, who has been really supportive from the beginning with this project, like herself, or for example, Esther Busquets, our head of our department. So I want to say thank you for them, and especially I would like now to give the word to Miriam Torres. So Miriam, you are starting the closing of the Disseminating event.
Thanks, Salvador, for giving me the word. I don't know if you can hear me and also see me. Yes, okay.
We listen to you, I don't see you. Damià, la pots posar amb ella, sisplau, a la pantalla? Damià, sisplau, fixa la pantalla amb la Miriam Torres.
No, it's okay.
Now, perfect, thank you.
Yes, okay, thank you. So thank you, Salvador, for giving me the word. It's a big pleasure for me being today in this meeting in representation of our university in this closing of the Interact International Disseminating event. I will be brief because it's late. I think you are quite late, and I'm sure you are exhausted after this amazing but also fully afternoon. So first of all, in the name of our university, the University of Vic, Central University of Catalonia, and especially from our faculty, the Faculty of Health Sciences and Wellbeing, I want to congratulate all the persons that have made possible that the project Interdisciplinary Cooperation in Psychosocial Interventions for Refugees has been a reality. Thanks to all refugees, students, teachers, volunteers, and other professionals, as well as organizations and institutions that have been involved. It is a pleasure to co-organize this event with the European Network of Occupational Therapy in Higher Education, the Enothe platform, a project that has been pioneer collecting interdisciplinary experiences from refugee centers among European countries through the collaboration of academic institutions from Catalonia, Germany, Sweden, and Athens, and creating a transfer of these experiences to regular psychosocial support, practice, also education and research. It is definitely a highly relevant project due to the results obtained, especially remarkable the intellectual outputs summarized in 4 main elements. First, the edition of a handbook for practitioners, for professionals who work in the psychosocial field with refugees, including dimensions for the psychosocial support of refugee people, which include ethical aspects, cultural security, how to empower refugee people and communities, how to develop sustainable interdisciplinary interventions, and how to take care from psychosocial professionals. Second, the development of an educational toolbox and interdisciplinary training materials at the university level for professionals and also for the psychosocial field. Third, the policy recommendations document. Through the knowledge acquired in the project, a series of recommendations are materialized to develop future policies on the field. And finally, the 2 photo exhibitions and the videos. Secondly, and also very important, it must be highlighted that during the project, also research has been developed. Research of great human impact, relevance, and novelty. So very few people are working in this field. The research developed has allowed the transfer of knowledge in practices, both at an educational level and also in the psychosocial perspective. For concluding, Congratulations to all of you for this hard and beautiful project, and I want to encourage continue working in this sense to make a better world. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Miriam. Now it's my turn just to end this disseminating event, and you're completely right. You have seen it's about difficult and sometimes tragic circumstances, but also it's about beauty. I think there is a lot of beauty in this project. So thank you so much for all the attendees. It has been really wonderful to see people from more than 20 countries, people from the 4 continents. So thank you so much for being here. And as Helder Camara says, when one believes alone, it's just a dream. When 2 or more believe together, it's the beginning of a new reality. So here in these disseminating events, we are starting so many new and great realities. So of course, especially thank you to the Catalan government for giving support to this project and this event, and especially thanks to Enothe for this, not the project, but especially also for your support for this Interact project. And especially it has been really meaningful for us to have the World Federation of Occupational Therapy also present in this act through the Kit Sinclair. So thank you so much. Especially thank you for our students, of course, and especially thank you to Ramona, to Sarah, Margarita, Eric, Manuel, Eriri, and Ama. It has been a great and a wonderful adventure to work with you during all these 3 years. And the most important, new adventures are coming. So this is just one step of a long journey. So I think it's very important just to close this event, remembering a key concept. We are working with survivors, and especially I would love to remember the words of the philosopher Hannah Arendt herself. She was a refugee herself, Hannah Arendt, and Hannah Arendt was saying that we have the capacity to start something new, and she was referring to this capacity of our chain. So we all together, we have this capacity to start something new, to build an inclusive and wealthy and healthy and sustainable society. So it's time for our chain. It's time, as Ricard said, to remember our great capacities. Paul Ricard was talking about the phenomenology of the capable being. We are capable of word, we are capable of action, and we are capable of narration to create new narrative. And we really need to create a new narrative for humanity today. And this word and this narrative must be connected with action. And today we have seen a lot of great actions. So as Hannah Arendt said, herself was a refugee, we must remember that the human action is our capacity to create miracles. So I will just end with a verse from our poet, Michael Martí and Paul, who said, "Come on, my friends, all has to be done, but with people as you, everything is possible." Thank you so much for this great disseminating event. Thank you.